It didn't take even a moment for the squad to render a decision. The present circumstances transcended all expectations. A simple weakling somehow managed to draw the attention of two exceedingly potent rank 9s. For goodness sake, even a future divine ranker was part of this mess. What on earth were they to do? Blue light flash in space, and Varian ducked just in time. A laser beam narrowly missed his left shoulder, shot through space, and connected with a star, disintegrating it into minuscule particles, adding to the void's darkness. As this occurred, 6 silhouettes materialized with a blink, drastically closing the gap between them at a breakneck speed. Varian leaped back, seemingly not eager to engage them at their rhythm. But they kept on his tail, with no intention of giving him the upper hand. Who are you people? Do you realize who you are clashing with? Varian shouted as he made an escape. Your lineage, the darned planet you hail from will all endure the fury of Princess Isadora. The moment those words left his lips, Varian wished to slap sense into himself. He was conducting himself just like those conceited young nobles. I was supposed to crush them, not join their ranks, he silently reprimanded himself. Amidst his internal reproach, the group had caught up with him, assuming they had Varian cornered since they were rank 8, and he was rank 7. What they failed to realize was that this man was deliberately leading them on a wild goose chase, maintaining a speed far beneath his actual capabilities. While all members were donned in featureless, full-bodied silver armors, one stood out with a prominent wolf emblem on his armor. Identifying this soldier as the group's commander, Varian proposed, "Why don't we reach a settlement? This confrontation doesn't have to end like this." Jovian paused, as if pondering over the proposition. But Varian had no way of seeing their expressions, as everyone in the squad was also wearing a silver helmet that completely covered their faces. If he didn't have the power of life, he would have regarded them as robot soldiers. In his defense, these armors weren't just typical treasures. They had a high stealth function that made it a lot more difficult for Varian to keep up with their movements. These all feel like special treasures. Who the hell is this loaded and wants to target me? From their earlier words, these guys weren't related to the two dukes. That leaves only two suspects, Archduke Michael and Duchess Serenthia. Serenthia should really stop playing these games. Varian's words caused the squad to freeze for a moment before they leaped at him with full force. "Keep my mistress out of your fucking mouth!" Jovian shouted, his voice filled with rage and angst. His fist, which was supposed to hit Varian's face, missed by a few centimeters. What? Only then did Jovian realize he had stepped into a black and white barrier. After him, his team also jumped in. "Welcome to your final moments," Varian said, his panic replaced by a cold, cunning, and predatory smile. Hands behind his back, he asked, "So, 7 idiots, how would you like your death?" The eerie atmosphere caused one member to step back and try to escape the barrier. But the black and white wall only rippled and did not break, even as he tried to punch his way out. "Don't bother. I took my time setting this up. In fact, I started working on it since Cryet arrived. None of you can break it before I kill you." Varian's confident words unsettled them more than the squad had expected. This guy was weird. He wasn't a rank 7 as he showed in the throne hall, and he didn't seem to be relying on his sister-in-law's power either. Something was very wrong with him. Jovian gulped and stood in formation with his squad. He scanned the young man with his senses. The results were almost the same as the reports: a rank 7 Paragon body, still in the early stages of the path, and only 19 years old. Ridiculous. But whatever treasure he possessed was holding up very well. "But it doesn't have to be this way," Captain Jovian said, his tone softening and his demeanor shifting from warrior to negotiator. "Oh? Pray tell, what do you mean?" Varian crossed his arms with a smile, adopting an expression of interest. In reality, he was silently reinforcing the barrier. He had lied to them. He only began working on the barrier after realizing they were here. If they all attacked at once, it wouldn't hold for more than 2 seconds. He needed to fix the barrier now, or they'd see through his bluff. "You're right that Duchess Serenthia sent us," but it's not what you think, Captain Jovian said, removing his mask. He was a handsome middle-aged man, the kind who seemed not only reliable but also mature. She was the first to search for you when you disappeared. These dukes? They didn't even care. I heard they celebrated your disappearance and even wished for your death. Jovian whispered, as if sharing a secret he shouldn't. Varian remained unimpressed. What did this guy expect? That a few words would make him chummy with him? The Duchess doesn't want your life. She couldn't do that to her own son-in-law, could she? Well, I'm not so sure, Varian said honestly. Seriously, we just want to kidnap you, not kill you. Captain Jovian said with a sincere expression. Despite trying to maintain a tough appearance, Varian ended up chuckling with a look of disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? Jovian pressed. She just wants to talk to you. Nothing more, nothing less. The first attack on you was meant to incapacitate, not kill. Click. Like two edges of a band being linked together, a click sounded. What was that? Jovian asked. Ha 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 ha. Varian laughed, stretching his arms. I've prepared the stage for our fight. But we don't really want to fight. Varian's fist loomed large in Jovian's face. But I do. Boom. A dangerous storm swept across dozens and dozens of light years, destroying everything in its path. Like an onion being peeled, the very fabric of reality came under pressure. For a moment, it seemed like the space-time field itself might break down. But a few seconds later, it held strong. As powerful as the celestial rankers were, they were far from touching the pillars that make up reality. Miss Calamity, Duke Cryad, and Corinthian continued their brawl, growing more violent with each strike. Everything in their path be damned, the trio fought with increasing intensity, literally to the death. Yet, they still noticed an area being blocked from their perception. That area was also where Varian and Cerinthia's subordinates were fighting. By the time we kill you, he'll join you, Corinthian said, drawing a line with his index finger. A blazing red spear, his natal treasure, spun violently, forming a vortex that began to suck away vitality from its surroundings. Wisps of life essence started to be pulled from Miss Calamity's clone, entering the vortex. Though not very prominent, the lady's skin started to dim, and her movements grew a bit awkward. Corinthian didn't stop there and launched a few more spears. 9 more vortices formed, pulling away the vitality of the ferocious clone. Meanwhile, the scene within the opaque barrier was the opposite. A beam of green life essence reached Varian, aiming to penetrate his body. Almost simultaneously, a man holding a heavy hammer leaped at Varian. If the green beam entered his body, Varian would lose a considerable amount of vitality. If the foreign force managed to corrupt any part of his body, that part would fight against him, like a traitor within the castle gates. But if that heavy hammer, made of a metal notorious for suppressing vitality, hits him, he'd have a hard time regenerating, which could push him into a downward spiral from which he might not recover. Captain Jovian and the 4 others in the squad swiftly prepared their own attacks, ready to strike almost immediately, giving the enemy no time to adjust. I really didn't want to fight you. But you made the bed, so you have to sleep in it. Which will it be? A heavily corrupted body part you have to sever yourself, or an injured body you can't easily regenerate from? Ignoring the fist's impression on his face, Captain Jovian tensed his muscles as the critical moment approached. The 4 soldiers with him also leaned forward, ready to leap into action. They had practiced these scenarios many times in their training. Depending on the move Varian chose to avoid, they would respond with a countermove to inflict the most damage. If he let himself get corrupted, Captain Jovian and another warrior, Life Spirits, would use their powers to corrupt Varian's life essence. An injured man would naturally have more openings and suffer under such an attack. But if Varian avoided the corruption and got injured, the 2 Paragon body warriors would attack. Since he couldn't regenerate as quickly, they would tear his limbs off by attacking at full strength and incapacitate him. From there on, it would be an easy job. The squad, while new, wasn't amateur. Even the least experienced member had more than 3 centuries of fighting experience. People in this squad had seen all types of fighters and could anticipate their enemies' next moves while countering them with relative ease. But that's why everyone in the squad was dumbfounded when Varian took both attacks head-on. Boom! Ka! Whatever damage he was going to suffer from one attack could be minimized if he took enough care to put up a defense and adjust his position. But this bastard. Kook! The space around the life spirit shooting the green beam at Varian collapsed without warning. As if they had been waiting for that chance all along, the powers of order and chaos acted within the collapsed space. Not just those two, but even the power of life was subtly used. The matter present inside the collapsed space, the man's body, his armor, scattered particles, all lit up with a blinding light. Then it all exploded into the purest form of energy, powered by aura, far surpassing a nuclear explosion. Boom! 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 Life spirits had a nasty reputation as cockroaches. Because they were masters of controlling life essence and had an abundance of it, they wouldn't die easily. Even if you killed them in a literal sense, cut off their head, burned their body to ashes, or crushed their heart, they would come back to life. The number of times they could return, like most things in the cosmos, was finite. Each resurrection consumed life essence. The powerful attack created by the forces of order and chaos killed the warrior instantly. But usually, once dead, a life spirit would resurrect elsewhere. It was a professional habit to scatter bits of their life essence in far distances so that when they died, they could resurrect away from danger. That's what should have happened. But Varian enclosed the space and disrupted the flow of time. So, the life spirit ended up resurrecting in the same enclosed space. To his bad luck, the explosion continued. Boom! 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 Arg! The man's screams reached the 4 members who were confident of victory, causing them to frown. This all happened in a single second. At the same time, the green beam drilled into Varian's arm, which quickly began to wriggle and shake as if it were about to explode. The warrior with the hammer showed no hesitation and swung his weapon down. Varian didn't confront it with pure strength as he usually would. First, his Paragon body wasn't at its strongest at the moment. Second, his right arm was being corrupted, affecting his strength. Instead, he used a power that had nothing to do with physical strength. Varian raised his hand, palm facing the hammer warrior. Boom! The power of time flowed from his palm like a laser beam. But instead of hitting the enemy, the light enveloped him. Under the warrior's stunned gaze, his hammer passed through Varian as if he were a ghost. The warrior appeared on the other side, looking at the hammer with a dumbfounded expression. However, cracks still appeared on Varian's skin, and blood began to seep out. But compared to a direct confrontation, this injury was far less serious. No! Captain Jovian shouted, his face pale and eyes blazing. That's the power of time. He bypassed the moment of attack. Varian didn't bother to reply. If they had been prepared beforehand, it would have been hard for him to pull that off. Still, once he reached rank 7, the powers within the avenue mixed unusually well and also began to show great synergy. Take him down. All 4 members shot forward like lightning, reaching Varian in a blink. But the space around the man and the hammer warrior distorted. The two shifted to a distant place within the barrier. Who the hell are you? How can you have so many powers? The hammer warrior's helmet was off, revealing a beautiful woman. She was the youngest recruit and had the lowest mental resilience. That's why she did something as foolish as expecting a response from an enemy. Instead of a reply, she received a punch to the face, blasting her teeth from her mouth like rockets taking off. Her ears hummed with a high-pitched squeal, and her vision, filled with bright colors of individual auras, went blank. Then, the vitality flowing in her body was forcibly pulled by an unknown force. Her consciousness, struggling to stay awake, was pushed into a deep sleep. Varian immediately severed his arm, which was being corrupted by a foreign life essence. The severed arm took with it a share of his aura, weakening him as they planned. What they didn't anticipate was his death giant powers. The severed arm, from which he had withdrawn his own vitality, was now cut off from its source and considered dead. The death giant powers acted on it without mercy, crushing the arm into its most basic materials and expelling the foreign life essence within it. Meanwhile, Varian used the woman, overflowing with vitality, to heal his injuries and regenerate his missing arm. The synergy between his Paragon body and death giant abilities allowed him to salvage the vitality from the severed arm for this process. Although the hammer she hit him with suppressed his recovery, he compensated by absorbing far more vitality than usual. As a result, he was back to his peak form. Not only that, the system tried to notify him of his improvement with the following messages: plus 100 XP, plus 100 XP, plus 100 XP. However, he silenced them and faced the four members, who now looked at him warily. He must be a spy of the Jai Empire. The eyes of the four blazed with even more anger. Perhaps they had intended to kidnap him before. Now, they wanted to kill him, nothing more and nothing less. It's a trap. It's all a trap. This guy shouldn't even be Princess Isadora's brother-in-law. He's fooling everyone for some grand conspiracy. We should kill him and save the kingdom. For the fatherland. Fatherland. Of course, Captain Jovian knew he was spouting nonsense. Varian hadn't just demonstrated the power of time and space, he had also shown the powers of order and chaos, which were even stronger. But in the tense situation, there was no time to ponder such complex questions. He needed a simple reason to boost himself and his subordinates. This guy being a spy of the Jai Empire? That's perfect. Even if I die, I won't let the likes of you target my kingdom. You scum who killed my mother. The two Paragon body warriors dashed at him with speed enough to run laps around the entire solar system. Each of them was emotionally charged, intending to take him down even at the cost of their own lives. Varian sensed this keenly. Instead of feeling depressed, an excited smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, the life spirits channeled their life essence, creating a net to trap Varian and corrupt parts of his body so that his own strength would work against him. Aren't you all a bit too enthusiastic? Varian's body blurred, and the time around him began to distort. Do you think it'll work again? The Paragon body warriors sneered and swung their swords at one of the Varians. Their attacks carried a huge mass of aura, the disruptor of all. Due to the tremendous outpouring of energy, even Varian's time flow suffered. Even though it seemed like he could erase some of the damage, he would still take more than half of it at least. Then, he would be severely injured and could be easily killed. At least that's what should have happened. When the swords broke through the distortion of space and time and finally reached him, they passed through empty space. This wasn't an empty space created by skipping the instance of the attack like earlier. The location was literally empty. Above you. Captain Jovian's scream was a moment too late. Varian's sword lodged into a warrior's heart, and his hand broke straight into another's head. Even then, the two weren't directly dead and tried to struggle. But like a human being stepping on a cockroach, he tightened his grip and dug his sword deeper. The power of Death Giant flowed into the two warriors simultaneously. The overflowing vitality of the two warriors dissipated like a flame extinguished by the wind. Two of the last four fell without offering much resistance. The remaining two, including Captain Jovian, were consumed by fear. Yet their vast experience told them that fleeing was certain death. So, gritting their teeth, they launched a net of life essence against the perilous foe. Two beams of concentrated life essence soared, taking the shapes of hideous snakes, hissing and glaring at the enemy. The two surviving life spirits looked at him with hate in their eyes, though their eyes shook with a fear they couldn't control. At the last moment, they suppressed their instincts and did not attack. They seemed to have decided that if they had a chance to survive, it would be through defense. Varian didn't bother to finish them off right away. Where is this urge coming from? Death Giant? It's seeking something. The power of the Death Giant rose to the forefront. A bleak aura spread from Varian, the antithesis of life itself. The corpses, floating around in whole or in parts, squirmed. Then, as if from a horror movie, shiny red threads began to emerge from the blood and flesh, making their way to Varian in a zigzag pattern. The moment they touched him, the shiny red threads turned fluid and red. To an onlooker, it appeared as if Varian was connected to a bunch of tubes transferring blood, except the blood glowed like a mystical liquid. Unlike his counterpart, Devourer, Death Giant fed on death. However, like complementary paths, they were sides of the same coin. Varian's physique began to improve rapidly as the essence of death filled his being. An interesting reaction occurred during this process. Even his Paragon body improved, further fueling the strengthening of Death Giant. Varian recalled the description of the path and understood why. If the Paragon body is a straight line, this is a curve that could rise above or descend below. A Death Giant takes in death essence and death force to build a perfect body, a body with the potential to surpass the Paragon body. Both paths shared the same goal, building a perfect body. A Death Giant typically starts from scratch, with no reference point. The practitioner must devour as many high-quality corpses as possible to steer the path toward a perfect body. On the other hand, a Paragon body already has the blueprint figured out, knowing exactly what to do and how to do it. However, it severely lacks the life essence and life force needed to build up to that state. Even if a lot of necessary resources are supplied, a weak body cannot simply absorb and bear the load. What is happening now is a wonderful synergy between the two paths. Varian's foundation is the Paragon body. Instead of trying to build a separate body or physique, the Death Giant path is improving the standard foundation. The most common danger for the Death Giant path is deviation, but with the standard set by the Paragon body, the deviation can only go up. In other words, the Death Giant provides the energy and essence necessary for the Paragon body to grow, while the Paragon body provides the direction for the Death Giant. As a result, the two paths aren't just rising, they are skyrocketing. A sound similar to veins popping echoed in the space. Compared to what one might expect from a normal person, this sound was powerful enough to send shockwaves that could crack the moon in half. Varian himself was surprised and looked down at his fists. They looked the same from the outside, but everything had changed. He was now far stronger than he was just a few moments ago. Why didn't this happen right after I started the path? A threshold, perhaps? As he pondered the pleasant surprise, his keen senses detected the two life spirits attempting something sneaky. At first, Varian couldn't determine the exact change, but as the space around them shifted subtly, he realized they were preparing for a space jump to escape this region. He exhaled lightly. But it was as though he had blown out a quiet flame, and the shifting space surrounding the two life spirits exploded, propelling them toward Varian's feet. Wait, we meant no. Their heads exploded, and two red threads connected to Varian. Paragon body and Death Giant continued to grow. Progress is intoxicating, indeed. With everyone dead and their bodies put to good use, Varian finally managed to focus outward. But before that, status, Paragon body, 5000/10000, plus 3000, Death Giant, 5000/10000, plus 3000, Ignis, 2000/10000, plus 500, seriously, what the hell, Order, 5250/10000, plus 250, Chaos, 250/10000, plus 250, a little progress. The system is favoring the order and chaos paths. Don't get distracted by the Sage Avenue, space, 500/10000, plus 500, time, 500/10000, plus 500, a little improvement is better than nothing. You should battle stronger opponents to grow faster. Phew, Varian glanced through the barrier, his expression serious. The fight outside was getting closer. The clone was now a dull gray, in stark contrast to the initial bright glow. Miss Calamity, Cryad and Corinthian, were stronger than anticipated. But it's not just about that. Both of them seem to have used precious treasures to achieve this result. Miss Calamity's clone had no treasures of her own, and this battle wasn't even that important for her. But for the two, this was a literal life and death issue. They couldn't afford to lose. Stop. Varian cancelled the barrier and yelled. Charged by aura and guided by spacetime power, his voice reached the rank 9s who were in the midst of battle. The three stopped, not because of his words, but because they were surprised by his survival. Why you? Duke Cryad's single eye widened and quickly burned with killing intent. Miss Calamity raised a hand toward Varian, intending to shield his life. But Cryad's face showed a different degree of madness. Even if he was going to get severely injured, he had to kill this bastard or they'd be in big trouble. Varian sensed this and said, wait, I have a deal. A win-win-win deal. The offer he threw didn't garner any fans. The Dukes didn't trust him from the start. Miss Calamity, on the other hand, thought he was just trying to avoid death at any cost. I know what you're thinking. But hear me out. You just want to buy time until her real body arrives, cunning bastard. A green wall covered Varian, clashing against the red spear that reached him without warning. Boom! A powerful shockwave sent ripples across the region. Even though he was fully protected, Varian felt his spirit shudder. Sure, he was significantly stronger than a few moments ago, but in front of these guys, he was still one hit away from death. Control. I said win-win-win. Varian was under a lot of pressure, but he didn't show it on his face. We'll all get what we want. Tisk. Boom. Another spear was blocked by the shield. Miss Calamity's clone dimmed further. It didn't seem like she could last long. The reason you two attacked me is purely because you already offended me by siding with Miss Calamity. If she didn't appear, you'd have just sent me back to the capital, am I right? Duke Corinthian wanted to refute him, but Duke Cryad nodded with a reluctant expression. Yes. Miss Calamity's presence made him stand against Varian. If not for her, he'd have intimidated this bastard a bit but sent him back anyway. Isadora might or might not be a peak rank 9, but until it was confirmed, he didn't want to offend her. Wait, so my presence was actually the reason he's in danger? Miss Calamity palmed her face. And the reason you want to kill her clone is to erase any hostility from the actual Miss Calamity, yes? What are you getting at? Corinthian growled, a new spear spinning in his hand. Let's make a contract. I will not reveal what happened here to anyone, including Isadora, in any form. Miss Calamity's clone will be killed, but you will not touch her soul strand. Since you blocked this area, Miss Calamity won't know the whole story. You two won't have to face Isadora's enmity or Miss Calamity's enmity. Varian's expression was sincere, and his voice was persuasive. Miss Calamity was dumbfounded by his words, but Duke Cryad and Corinthian exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation in their eyes. That was the first step. Compared to their rigid stance earlier, they were now giving it some thought. If Sia were here, she'd start crying. That expression, that tone, was exactly how Varian looked when he was fooling her during their childhood. Let's say everything went as you said. But I only set up a barrier shortly after Miss Calamity reached this place. Cryad hadn't shown his hostility toward you yet. With her clone dead, it's clear Miss Calamity would target Cryad. He's the only one who can destroy her clone. Corinthian's words made Cryad nod subconsciously. It was indeed a big problem. Well, let's also make a contract. I will testify that we were fighting some other guy, an unknown rank 9 powerhouse. The clone was killed in the fight. Duke Cryad got injured trying to protect me. With my testimony, the actual Miss Calamity won't target you. Miss Calamity's clone looked at Varian with a hint of disbelief. Even though I'm not the original, I still have a strand of her soul. I'm as real as she is. You're talking about fooling me in front of me. To be honest, your proposal is very tempting, Duke Cryad said, gripping the spear. But it's still risky. Why follow it when I can end you too? Boom. The shield began to crack. How long can she hold on? Boom. 10 seconds. Boom. 3. Boom. 2. In the dire situation, Varian remained calm, but his eyes flashed with decisiveness. Miss Calamity, if you give up protecting me and attack one of them with everything you've got, can you take down one of them? Without hesitation, the lady nodded. For sure. Then do it. The spear about to bombard the barrier stopped, just an inch from clashing. Cryad was gripping Corinthian's shoulder, shaking his head. The platinum-haired man gritted his teeth for a moment before withdrawing his spear. The atmosphere remained tense, but no one was channeling their aura for an attack anymore. I don't know if it's intentional, Cryad began, taking out a leather-skinned golden sheet. But it looks like you implied this because of my natal treasure. Varian shrugged. Of course, I'd learn about the Dukes of the Kingdom. The golden sheet was checked for any dangers by Miss Calamity's clone before it flew down to Varian. On it were the terms of the contract he had just spoken about, in unambiguous terms. And this contract was beyond any language. It spoke directly in intent, so you could not use technicalities to override the presumed agreements. If you agree, I will not say the secret to anyone. The contract also wouldn't let you write it out to anyone, even though it's technically not saying so. Varian read the contract thoroughly to ensure the conditions. As he did, Cryad's natal treasure, a yellow pyramid-like structure with a red eye at the top, watched him keenly. Duke Cryad's natal treasure, the Eye of Truth, gave him insight into the weaknesses of his enemies, the links established between a person and an object, the resilience of an item or place, and more. The leather melted away into a golden thread and entered Varian's soul, creating a restriction. The Eye of Truth watched the entire process with intense scrutiny. Only after ensuring it was properly done did the Duke nod in satisfaction. Now then, you can please die, Corinthian said to the lady. I don't trust you guys, she replied. You can just kill him after I'm gone. She had a point. If they were in her position, they too would be skeptical. Do one thing, Varian suggested, his voice hurried. Take off the barrier just around me. I have a space treasure. I will teleport far away. And while I do, Miss Calamity will create a non-intrusive defensive barrier around me. In doing so, she will leave herself open to attacks but also ready her soul strand to escape at full force. The moment I teleport is also the last moment you can attack and kill me. That's when she has to keep the defense at its highest. And that's when you will attack her. So, I will escape, and Miss Calamity's clone will die simultaneously. But since you have to attack her with your full strength to ensure she really dies, that allows her soul strand to escape. Perfect solution, isn't it? Not only Miss Calamity's uncomfortable gaze but even Archduke Corinthian and Cryad looked at Varian with a strange gaze. This guy wasn't normal. He's clearly a rank 7 but managed to kill rank 8s. How? Most likely with the treasures Isadora provided. Still, surviving long enough to use those treasures was an achievement in itself. But the way he handled the seemingly hopeless situation was the truly impressive part. If they let a guy like this escape today, even if he won't reveal this to Isadora or anyone else, would he really take it to heart? For a moment, the dukes looked at each other and hesitated. But they quickly dismissed that thought. A mere rank 7. Even if he's truly talented, he'll need 1,000 years to reach rank 9. And that is a big if. So they proceeded with the plan. The space barrier around Varian was loosened. Miss Calamity's clone poured everything into his defense. Varian channeled everything into his space path, using connections with Hortus to teleport halfway through, obscuring his aura with slivers, and nodded. Boom! The moment the space around him fluctuated and he started to disappear, a brilliant burst of aura enveloped Miss Calamity's clone, killing her. Even though it was just a clone, Varian felt a pang of sadness watching her last moments. It's like she sacrificed her life for him. Pa! Pa! Slapping his cheek, he shouted at himself. Shut up. I almost died. It's just a clone, though I am very grateful for her help. I should ask why she went to such lengths. What does she even want from me? Varian embarked on his journey back to the capital. Even though he didn't show it on the surface, he was constantly scanning his surroundings, using the power of slivers to keep his stealth at its maximum. While the past few days had taken a huge physical toll on him as he tried to break out of the prison, the past few hours had drained his mind with the life and death situation. He was a step away from a rank 9 who could kill him with a snap. Knowing it was one thing, but escaping death by a hair's breadth was something else. Arg. I want to reach rank 9 soon. Why is my growth so slow? It's been a little over half a year since you slew the Abyss Emperor. You're already halfway through rank 7. Even though the next 2 ranks are each larger than ranks 1 to 7 combined, you've made incredible progress in just half a year. The rank progression in celestial ranks slows down tremendously for anyone. Even empire geniuses spend decades or centuries in some ranks. Place your hand on your heart and swear, did you ever spend a year in one rank? At least one? Varian was speechless by the rebuttal. It's not like he didn't know his own abnormality. Isadora and Sarah had their reasons for their breakneck growth. But they weren't the real monsters. He was. It's common knowledge that the difficulty of growth multiplies with each path. Even if Isadora or Sarah were to magically acquire 7 paths today, to show the same progress as him, they'd take at least 10 times longer. What if I grow stronger? My enemies are always stronger. Varian spread his senses and checked his surroundings one more time before shooting his counter. So, what will you do when you face the strongest? The system's voice turned stern. Reach his rank. I am growing fast. Even if it's divine rank, I think a century is the maximum period I have to wait. Your growth in divine ranks would be interesting to see. But host, the God Emperor is at the very peak of his rank for a very long time. Do you think you can win against him just because you are in the same rank? The system's inquiry was posed confidently, as though the answer was already clear. Varian narrowed his eyes. Even with the slivers? Slivers? Ha! Logos seemed to chuckle, as if the very idea was amusing. What? Explain. Varian pressed. The problem, however, before Logos could continue, the spaceship, navigating through inner space, was abruptly struck by a space storm and tumbled violently. Damn it! Varian utilized his spatial abilities to steady the craft. Such space storms were rare, yet he seemed to be the one person cursed with bad luck. In a twist of irony, he didn't doubt his own misfortune. You were saying something? The system sighed. Never mind. Ignorance is dangerous, but so is knowledge. There you go again. Varian shook his head, refraining from pressing further. He concurred with Logos' perspective that knowledge could be perilous. Uncovering secrets that one was not meant to know, at least not until the appropriate time, could indeed place one in harm's way. Just one thing, host. You wouldn't need a century. Not even half. As Varian arrived at the spaceport and made his way to the Royal District, the streets were brimming with people. It wasn't that he craved public attention. The moment he entered the capital, word of his presence spread like wildfire. Most citizens had presumed him to be gone, fled, kidnapped, or worse. The majority clung to the belief that he was kidnapped, a theory fueled by the experts' assessments. What did the kidnappers want? Is my brother-in-law worth the ransom? Why isn't Princess Isadora acting yet? There was widespread confusion among the masses. Varian didn't really mind this. Staying in the public consciousness was what he wanted, regardless of the reasons. But brother-in-law. Autograph. Brother-in-law, is it true that your third wife kidnapped you out of jealousy? Brother-in-law, did Princess Isadora take you out for punishment because you were flirting with her disciple? The streets were packed with people as far as the eye could see. Yet, the most annoying seemed to be around his slowly moving carriage. Their questions, which honestly deserved a punch in the face, always reached his ears. Varian was not in a great mood after his near-death encounter, and these people were irritating him. Even so, if this was on Earth, he might have behaved. But he was the brother-in-law, wasn't he? He couldn't help but be arrogant. Autograph? Fuck you, you peasant. Kya, the fangirl trembled and spasmed at his words, her reaction completely against his expectations. My third wife? Ha. Yes, I have a third wife. And guess what? I have 4 wives. You bastards don't have a single girlfriend. Whoa. Man among men. You are my idol. Even this harsh response, instead of garnering hate, earned him respect. The people walking alongside the carriage bowed their heads and paid their respects, as if they were worshipping a deity. Varian gnashed his teeth. Why are you like this? In the end, he decided to go over the line and reply to that last question. Yes. I met with Isadora. Yes, she's angry that I flirted with her disciple. At his mention of the legendary princess, the crowd walking alongside the carriage paused. The powerhouses hiding in the crowd perked up their ears. But do you know why she's angry? Varian snorted and asked. Everyone shook their heads. But in their hearts, they were complaining, it's obvious why she's angry. You married her sister and still flirt with her disciple. Stupid. It's because she's jealous of her disciple. Ha 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 ha. The entire crowd, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fell silent. Only Varian's arrogant laughter echoed everywhere. For the next hour until he reached the royal district, not a single person spoke. By then, his brazen words had spread not just to the borders of the kingdom, but also to distant kingdoms. The reunion with his wives, which Varian envisioned to be sweet, ended up with him getting lectured for 3 full hours. What? That woman is totally suspicious. You trust a fortune teller in this day and age? Seriously. Cryptic words? Bah. Those are copy-paste lines every fortune teller uses. Enigma and Sarah took turns, blasting him one after another. Apparently, Sia wanted to come out and give him an earful too. But they strictly agreed not to transform as long as they were here. So, Varian was able to save a bit of his mind. Or not. Brother-in-law. How can you be so stupid? Even children know not to trust these fortune tellers. When even the usually meek Sonia joined in, Varian sighed in despair. A mysterious powerhouse who does some odd job. But they'll utter some cryptic words. If you believe them, they'll help you. Isn't this what happens every time? I mean, I was right in everything except the last part. That woman was a mysterious powerhouse and she does an odd job. She also uttered strange words. But she just wants to kill me. I guess I'm 90% correct in this situation. Thankfully, he didn't say what he was thinking aloud. They might beat me up. Yep. So, the man lowered his head and accepted his mistake. Miss Calamity looked at the man facing her with a hint of irritation. Like Sahara Onyx under Princess Ashala, he is the best non-divine subordinate under the 7th prince, Hector Russ. Can't we fight another day? Miss Calamity grumbled, even though the aura around her was already soaring. In the seemingly endless dark space, it was like a huge green flame stretching for millions of miles. Even though she didn't show her full power, what she displayed could already kill most rank 9s. Even though a peak rank 9 and a beginner rank 9 were technically in the same rank, the difference between them was so vast that you'd find less power difference between a rank 1 and a rank 8. Miss Calamity might not be the strongest among all peak rank 9s. That echelon was composed of old kings and warriors who got stuck in the rank and stayed in it for long years. But she would definitely be in the 2nd echelon, a rising genius who's going to hit the divine rank. Until reaching that next boundary, she wouldn't be as strong as these old monsters. So, fighting Miss Calamity was a dangerous task in itself. But the man didn't shy away from it. "If you give up this satellite galaxy, we don't have to fight at all," Hector said with a bright smile. Miss Calamity's expression crumbled. "You arrogant worm." Something unusual was happening in the Empire. The intelligence was still unclear about the exact plans, but the vague information received so far indicated movement of arms. Fortunately, it's not big enough to indicate the start of an all-out war. But it's definitely not small enough for a typical ambush. At least a kingdom-level operation, she thought. But why? No, the better question would be, what are they actually trying to do? Is this army for some other secret ops? Miss Calamity didn't know. But what she did know was that if the Jai Empire's forces occupied the satellite galaxy adjacent to the Milky Way, they'd have one more outpost to launch attacks into the territory of the Alliance. Even though the scale was cosmic, it's not unlike the old days when a critical region of your kingdom got captured by a hostile kingdom. It gives them a tremendous strategic advantage. Long ago, the Alliance made the mistake of not fully committing to the struggle against the Empire's forces. There were numerous satellite galaxies between the Milky Way and Andromeda. However, only a handful were conducive to fostering flourishing civilizations, given their abundant natural resources. When the Jai Empire targeted the resource-poor satellite galaxies, the Alliance engaged in combat but did not exert their utmost effort. In their own words, documented for posterity, "What do we lose by ceding the Jai barren lands? Nothing. In truth, we gain a strategic advantage. They will be forced to station troops in that desolate territory, in close proximity to our own, to maintain control. In contrast, we retain the flexibility to launch an assault whenever their forces are stretched thin. This is not a defeat but a tactical triumph." This judgment proved to be a grave error. The Jai Empire not only secured these territories but also utilized them as bases to launch attacks on the Milky Way. The conflict, which had previously spanned the vast void and satellite galaxies between the Milky Way and Andromeda, now encroached upon the Milky Way galaxy itself. As war erupted in the heartland, the tide of the conflict gradually turned in favor of the Jai. Since that time, many long years have passed, and the Alliance has yet to reclaim the lost satellite galaxies. It is this legacy that informs Miss Calamity's approach, as any respectable power would not even entertain the notion of yielding a satellite galaxy. She had ventured into that sector to rendezvous with Varian when this rogue assaulted the border, compelling her to hasten her return. Fortunately, the border regions are equipped with teleportation artifacts designed for such emergencies, enabling her to face the aggressor before significant harm could be done. Nevertheless, she remained anxious about Varian's well-being. Her clone had perished unexpectedly, and the connection between them was severed prematurely, leaving her in the dark about the circumstances of its demise. There's very little chance he survived. Duke Cryad would know the answer, and she would force it out of him, one way or another. With these chaotic thoughts, Miss Calamity engaged in battle with Hector Russ. The battle continued for 3 full days, though it shouldn't have lasted that long. However, a number of other peak rank 9s under the 7th Prince joined in, prolonging the conflict. Some of them died, but most survived and returned. After the battle, Miss Calamity learned he had indeed survived and hastened to the capital. Hector Russ and his subordinates attacking her seemed less like a genuine attempt to kill and more like a distraction from something more significant. But in her hurry, she pushed aside the nagging feeling of unease. She would come to regret this oversight. The sea of Varian's soul was a mix of 7 different colors, perhaps directly from his 7 different paths. The water in the sea, though it visually appeared as such, was a blend of multiple colors, expanding every second, pushing farther and farther into the void. The spirit sat in the depths of the sea. The usually free spirit now had a golden shackle covering it from head to toe. The contract, it was not a normal grade contract. Even if peak rank 9s helped, the contract would stand strong. In the worst case, if they managed to crack it, it would damage Varian's spirit and likely kill him. Since it is a direct attack on his spirit and consciousness, his great physical regeneration would be of no use. Of course, as in Dignus, Varian could recover from the damage. In the worst case, he could store a bit of his spirit, blow up the rest to break the shackles, and start regeneration. However, it would take an incredibly long time to return to his former state. Isadora had only a few cracks in her spirit due to the forced actions of Sia and Enigma during her life and death battle against Varian. Even this minor injury took a whole synergy session and weeks of time to heal. In the end, these were all conventional solutions for breaking a contract. But the moment Varian decided to use the power of slivers against the contract, he broke away from all norms. It was like bringing a gun, no, a tank to a knife fight. Forget winning, the opponent lost any chance of even losing with dignity. Caw. 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 The power of slivers slithered around the golden chain like a snake. Just by sheer contact, the strong restriction began to shudder, as if it were having trouble staying in place. It'll take a few days, but oh well, a small price to pay for my life. Varian continued to meditate when the bell suddenly rang. Who the hell is knocking on my door? All the guests, well-wishers, celebrities, and wealthy tried to connect with him after he returned. He didn't even let them in, much less speak to them. Even though it had only been a day, rumors about his behavior spread across the capital. No one should be stupid enough to visit him knowing they'd only be rejected. To keep himself surprised, Varian didn't expand his senses and nonchalantly walked to the door. Ding dong. Ding dong. The bastard had a lot of guts. He rang the bell 2 more times. Did he think it was his own house or what? As the arrogant brother-in-law, he must respond harshly or it would be out of character. Varian pulled the door open, nearly tearing it off its hinges, and began to speak. Hey, you bastard, this isn't your uncle. His harsh words stopped abruptly as a veiled woman exuding an energetic vibe greeted him. Brother-in-law. Miss Calamity literally jumped, moving faster before Varian could react, and clung onto his arm like a koala hugging a bear. What? Varian felt like this witch was playing a prank and tried to shake her off, but she held on tighter. He strongly believed this wasn't out of affection but because she didn't want him to vanish, like he always did. Miss Calamity, what are you doing? He tried to make his tone polite but distant, but it only came out as nervous rambling. He couldn't help it. This woman was the only outsider who knew his deep secrets. Not only that, but she was overwhelming strong. In other words, she had both the motive and the capability to act against him. No matter how friendly a cat acts, a mouse should always be wary of it. A weakling would feel the same, regardless of how friendly a powerhouse behaves. It's simply the self-preserving nature of life. What am I doing? I'm holding you so you don't disappear again. She stared at his face as if trying to imprint his true form and brought her lips closer to whisper, like you always did, isn't that right? Brother-in-law, or should I call you Constantine? Varian exhaled deeply. If it made any difference, he'd deny it even in the face of horrendous pain. But looking at her eyes, the woman was 150% sure. There was no doubt in her mind about his identity. Can you please let go of my arm? I won't be able to escape from you anyway. I'm just a rank 7 weakling. Instead of taking the strongman approach, Varian appealed with his weakness. It was something he didn't like to do, but when left with no other choice, he didn't shy away from the means available. Miss Calamity pursed her lips at his words but firmly shook her head. Nope. 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 I got fooled by you twice. Or thrice. I am not trusting you on this at all. She began to look around and fiddle with the items. Most of them were already present in the manor, but some belonged to Sarah and Enigma. A few books on the table, which Enigma was reading, covered topics like people and emotions, star-crossed lovers, and proper methods of killing. Or the pile of swords that Sarah broke during her practice, thrown into a corner of the room. She intended to use the knowledge from the legacy to try to repair them. Wow. Enigma reads these books? I'd never have guessed. She determined the reader from the life traces left on them, like a detective identifying fingerprints. Ah. Sarah is training so diligently. No, it's a bit too much. What happened? Is she trying to grow stronger to beat you up or what? Saying this, she snickered and elbowed him lightly, enjoying her own joke. The way she rang the bell, she doesn't see herself as an outsider, huh? Varian remained as silent as possible, trying to process the situation and find a way out. But nothing came to mind. Finally, she dragged him to the couch and sat comfortably, as if it were her own home. So, why do you call me brother-in-law? If they did and saw this woman's actions, only chaos would erupt. Varian tried to break his arm free once more from her grip, but she clung on tightly. Keeping an awkward smile, he said, "Can we maintain some distance, please? I'm a married man." Huh? Miss Calamity tilted her head in confusion for a moment before looking at his arm that she was hugging. Then, a mischievous smile spread across her lips. "Why is your mind so dirty? So, it's true that you were flirting with senior sister's disciple, too? Once again, I'm asking you. Why do you call me brother-in-law? As far as I know, my wife is not related to you at all." Varian coughed and said in a serious tone. "Tisk." Miss Calamity clicked her tongue, seemingly put off by his formality he was maintaining. "I guess you'll stay like a stiff statue unless I spell it out." Varian didn't answer, but his silence did. "Senior sister Isadora and I are apprentices of the same master. So, naturally, she's my sister. That makes you my brother-in-law." Miss Calamity chuckled. "Bet you didn't see that coming, huh?" "I truly didn't." Varian's lips twitched. Inside, he was vexed with Isadora for keeping such a significant connection a secret. Had she told him about Miss Calamity's personality and background, he might have had a bit more of an upper hand in this conversation. Now, he was at a loss and fully at the mercy of this woman who had taken to calling him a brother-in-law. "Let's leave that for later. I want to meet my sister." She stared into his eyes with an intense gaze. Varian almost broke out into a sweat and instinctively wished he could use his life powers to stave off the perspiration. But then he remembered that in front of him was a woman at the peak of rank 9. His actions, whether sweating or suppressing it, would both be discovered. Fuck. Why is your heartbeat rising? Why are you sweating? Why are you showing an awkward expression? The woman fired her questions like bullets from a gun. Varian closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. For now, at least, this woman didn't seem intent on harming him directly. If so, he couldn't let himself be passive. He needed to seize the initiative. Isadora is in a critical stage of her practice. She can't meet you. Instead, she did ask when the hell you're going to reach the divine rank. Will she make me wait another millennium or two? She said something like that. Hearing him perfectly imitate Isadora's tone and manner of speaking, Isadora stiffened. Behind her thin veil, her face flushed red, and she began to stutter. That. She fidgeted and looked down, like a shy junior trying to answer a charismatic and experienced senior. What the hell is this contrast? I am much less talented than you, senior sister. I'm so ashamed of taking so long. Forgive me for not living up to your standards. A sincere apology, perhaps held deep in her heart, was uttered. Varian shrugged. She'd be disappointed if you meet her without even reaching the divine rank. I mean, it's been over 500 years. So, isn't that a basic requirement? Miss Calamity bit her lip and looked at him with a hint of resentment. If anyone saw this scene, they'd think the same, that he's a young man bullying a pretty woman and harassing her with nasty words. If only they knew. No. I'm your brother-in-law. Don't they say a brother-in-law has great responsibility towards his sister-in-law? I won't allow you to shame yourself in front of Isadora. It would also damage my reputation. The way he spoke and patted his chest suggested he felt he fit the role perfectly. Well, it's not that bad, right? Even though senior sister is strict, it's been over 5 centuries. This is excusable. Just one meeting, and I'll go back to my training. Miss Calamity spoke meekly, trying to find an opening in his firm stance. No. Varian shook his head firmly, showing no room for compromise. I don't know why, but she's gotten grumpier and stricter. She'd be much happier if you met her as a divine ranker than now. Think about it. All this time, you've only thought about your happiness, your desire to meet her, and your longing to see her again. What about her? Shouldn't a sister-in-law behave like a responsible adult and consider her senior sister? Or are you still a child who only does as she pleases without thinking of others? Though he didn't try very hard, his tone came off like an adult disciplining a child. As an emperor, he did have the air of authority. He never thought the experience of leading a mere province would help him lecture a powerhouse at the top of a kingdom. I am sorry for being so carefree and childish. I'm still immature after all these years. Wah. Miss Calamity leaned on his shoulder and began to punch and pinch the couch, as if it could alleviate her embarrassment. But brother-in-law, you're just like her. I mean, you're different, but you're also similar. Is that why she liked you so much? She even let her sister marry you. Oh my gosh. I can't believe my overprotective senior sister did that. But you're truly greedy. You're even flirting with her disciple. At her words, Varian could neither agree nor deny. Silence was the best policy. Anyway, I am just one step away from hitting divine rank. I'll meet her in a week or a year, but not longer than that. He. Varian tried not to show his surprise. Thankfully, she hadn't reached divine rank yet, or all his lies would be busted. Oh, and brother-in-law, I have something important to tell you. Her expression was dead serious. What? Unsettled by her sudden change in tone, Varian straightened his back and narrowed his eyes. The box you've stolen belongs to Princess Ashala Starlight. She can sense its location even from a galaxy away. You're painting a target on your back. She stretched out her hand and looked at him with a solemn expression. Air. Varian was expecting something dangerous from her, but this was no news. Rather, he didn't know how to respond. I'm not playing around. Even though I can protect you for now, I will have to leave eventually. There are a lot of suspicious movements at the satellite galaxy. Rank 9s can't infiltrate Pala, but Rank 8s can. Miss Calamity's voice was earnest, and her eyes showed sincerity. It was a sharp contrast to Aurora, who wanted the world to burn during his stay at the academy. I used the box already, Varian said. Stop kidding. It won't be a problem if senior sister were here, but she's not. It's too dangerous to keep it with you. Varian unlocked his storage ring and shrugged. Search. Miss Calamity paused for a moment, considering whether it was okay to breach his privacy. But that thought didn't last an instant, and her sharp, extended senses dived into the storage ring. Huh? She raised her head in confusion before scanning every inch of Varian's body. Did you hide it? I told you already. I used it. In the tower. Why? Don't ask me why. Varian was nervous when it finally reached this point. Great Harvester, Legacy of Ares, Sarah, Slivers, none of these things could be revealed. Should I not ask why your strength is so different from what I remember a few months ago? Miss Calamity tilted her head. Everything seemed the same, but the room was filled with an unbearable coldness. Even with his sturdy physique, Varian's body instinctively shivered. Yes. Don't ask. He replied with a straight face. But that was all he could do. If Miss Calamity turned hostile, well, she better not. Because there wasn't much he could do then. She won't kill me because she needs answers. Then it will be torture. I'll seal my spirit, though it will still be hellish. But how long would it last? A few weeks? A few months? She'll go to that satellite galaxy, and then I can escape back to Hortus. In the brief moment when Miss Calamity narrowed her eyes, Varian's mind had already raced through a wild imagination spanning the next year. It's not fair. But instead of imprisoning him as he expected, Miss Calamity sighed and slumped back into the couch. Huh? It's not fair. I told you so many things, but you're still hiding secrets. It's not fair, not fair, not fair. Like a child throwing a tantrum, she began to punch the poor couch. Varian didn't know how to respond. What about my mental preparation for brutal torture? Never mind. Tell me what you want. She shook her head before giving him a resentful glance. Will you at least tell me why my clone died? It was Duke Cryad, wasn't it? No. Varian had never felt so guilty for lying. But the contract wasn't destroyed yet. He couldn't help it. I was thrown into a prison that started moving out of the kingdom. By the time I managed to break out, it was already near the academy. That's when you and Duke Cryad sensed me. But shortly after, a mysterious powerhouse sealed off the area and attacked. I couldn't witness the fight, but your clone sacrificed herself for me. I see. If she died for that reason, I guess it's acceptable. Hearing her relieved voice, Varian gazed down, frustrated at having to lie to someone like her. Even though she really annoyed him in the academy, she wasn't a bad person. Heck, she was fine even though he stayed silent on many important things. Brother-in-law? Yeah? Varian raised his head and met her gaze. Miss Calamity broke into a playful smile. Are you feeling bad that I died? Did you cry for my sacrifice? Does your conscience hurt? Varian crossed his arms and threw away his guilt. But it also made her closer, at least closer than Sonia. And so, she chattered like an unending, unstoppable record. It was perplexing at first. Why would a super genius of the Empire, a peak rank 9 at the door of divine ranks, be so free and casual, even a bit clingy, with someone, even if that person was the brother-in-law of her senior sister? But as she talked more and more, from important issues to trivial topics, Varian understood. She has no friends. Precisely because she's a super genius, she must be ahead of even her peers. The people junior to her were too weak to stand with her. The ones older than her couldn't stand her presence, as it made them see themselves as failures. When she put on a mask and went on a mission, like she did in Centaurus, perhaps only then did she have normal relationships. For someone like that, Constantine was not only an object of interest but also someone who shared a special bond that no one else could. She seemed to see it as a friendship built without any words. Aside from his relationship with Isadora, this might have been an important factor in why she treated him the way she did. And so, I spent another 100 years in closed-door training. Can you believe that? It's so boring. I wanted to just vanish. Erg. Miss Calamity grumbled as she elaborated on another training session. From what she had said so far, she spent very little time outside of training. The few times she did venture out were mostly for missions and battles. Varian could understand why she didn't behave like a typical old monster. Her age was high, but her mind was not. I don't know when I'll have to rush back to the border. So, let's go shopping. She jumped to her feet and ran to the door. Shaking his head with a small smile, Varian followed. Brother-in-law? Hey, that's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. It wasn't clear who started it, but within minutes, the news that Miss Calamity was hanging out with Varian spread across the capital, along with the fact that he was her brother-in-law. Varian didn't particularly like the title, but it only grew more popular. Isadora, as legendary as she was, had been absent for more than 5 centuries. Miss Calamity, though not from the kingdom, had been far more active during this period. In this sense, his popularity grew even more. It was exactly what Varian intended, to showcase his relationship with her as a message. If you mess with me, it's not just Isadora but also Miss Calamity. He hoped that those hostile to him would reconsider their sinister plans. In the back of his mind, he believed that the deterrence of a peak rank 9 would prevent them from acting against him. A grave mistake. Yes. Very inconstant. In the prime world of heaven, within a garden enveloped in golden clouds, Marshal Saint Kong knelt with his forehead touching the ground. The arrogant, proud Marshal Saint, the man who had never felt the need to show deference even to the king, was now kneeling like a loyal hound. Yet, the being before whom he knelt, a luminous humanoid figure made entirely of pure white light, showed no reaction. It was as though it found nothing unusual about this. With sufficient soul power, one could sense that this mysterious figure considered it beneath its dignity that the Marshal Saint's respect fell short. Fortunately, Marshal Saint Kong was not a soul awakener, and he could not perceive that even his most subservient act was met with disdain. Very inconstant. Enigma. Isadora. The voice held neither joy nor sorrow, yet it carried an inexplicable authority. Hearing that voice, which was not even the true form of the being, made the Marshal Saint shudder. Kill the man and bring me his corpse. The voice continued, devoid of emotion. And capture the woman alive. Why, Your Excellency, I have elevated Robert to rank 8 to accomplish the task. I have amassed the necessary resources, bribing and coercing to ensure his passage, despite the ritual's restriction to rank 7. However, both Miss Callista and Duke Michael are backing him. They will instantly recognize his true rank, and the plan will be compromised. Incompetent. The figure spat, and a mystical force struck Marshal Saint Kong. A crimson line appeared on his shoulder, and the next moment, his right arm vanished as if it had never existed. The extraordinary regenerative abilities of a Marshal Saint proved futile against a divine rank entity. Kong, you are not doing this solely for my benefit. Your own dream will be fulfilled. But it seems you no longer care about the future of the Polarians. No. Marshal Saint raised his voice for the first time. No, Your Excellency. My race. My people. Their glory is everything I want, everything I seek. Then do what you must. I will have Duke Michael taken care of. But Miss Calamity, I truly have no choice. The mysterious figure exhaled in disappointment before nodding. Very well. She will not be present to see him off that day. Do not fail me, Kong. You cannot bear the consequences. The holy ritual of the kingdom was set to begin. As expected, this had less to do with ceremonies and more with a real obstacle that needed to be cleared. The entire process took place in a synthetic world with high constraints. According to the myths, this synthetic world was the home of the Polarians, where the first of their kind emerged. To draw a parallel, they were like the indigenous members of Hortus who broke out of their isolated world and stepped onto the world stage. Any rank 9 could handle it with ease. In fact, they were the ones for this job. But that synthetic world has become too fragile. One time, it nearly faced destruction. Since then, they have avoided even rank 8s and now only use rank 7s, Sonia explained in a nervous voice, her eyes drifting to a veiled woman sitting next to her. Miss Calamity, it's really her. Along with confusion, there was also nervousness in sitting with a powerhouse who would soon reach the divine rank. Sonia had spent the last 5 centuries chasing after her sister's footsteps, trying to fill her shoes and realizing every single time that she wasn't enough. She was never enough. Her shattered self-esteem would have been further damaged had she met Miss Calamity at any other time. But after meeting the mysterious brother-in-law, she gradually learned some truths that twisted her worldview. Varian himself didn't say anything. It was Isadora who ranted about a monster in the house. A 19-year-old rank 7. He awakened a year and a half ago. I'm just saying this, Sonia. But there's a chance, only a little, very, very little, that he might reach the divine ranks before I do. When the confident expression of that monstrous man reflected in her eyes, she didn't feel any inferiority toward Miss Calamity. While they had great differences in talent, the gap between them and Varian was much larger, eclipsing those differences. It's like 2 ants competing in front of a lion. So, we'll be competing against the strongest rank 7s of the kingdom? Sarah, still wearing a light blue veil, asked in a rather cold voice. Almost, Sonia straightened her back and answered in a stiff voice. She couldn't help it. Even though the question was directed at her, Sarah's sky-blue eyes were fixed on Miss Calamity, who was sitting across from her. Miss Calamity and Sonia were on one sofa, while Varian and Enigma were on the other. Sarah sat alone, forming a triangular arrangement as they all faced each other. Perhaps because of the proximity, Sonia shivered at the cold breeze. Enigma didn't show it openly, but she was clinging to Varian more than usual. It wasn't jealousy. Both were suspicious of Miss Calamity and wary of her motives, especially after realizing she knew his identity as Constantine. If she tries to attack you, we'll stop her, if only for a moment. Use that opportunity to return to Hortus. Avenge us later. Before this meeting, Sarah had told Varian these words. She wasn't joking. After all, Varian had a tendency to get into danger wherever he went. And Miss Calamity's behavior was very unpredictable. As Isadora's disciple, Sarah had learned a lot about the woman. While Isadora accepted a divine rancor as a master, it was only in name. Forget a proper apprenticeship, she barely saw her master a couple of times. Miss Calamity, the junior disciple, was excited about her senior. Isadora treated her well, as she did with Sonia and others. But Sarah found it hard to believe that a person would remember kindness and act decently after 5 full centuries. Was she becoming too cynical, or was Miss Calamity concealing her intentions too well? If we're just going to fight against rank 7s, consider it done, Varian shrugged, but his voice contained no hint of pride, as if it were normal and expected. Princess Sonia wanted to shed some silent tears. From barely being able to win against her to crushing her with a single punch, he had grown too much, too soon. Given her own experience, Sonia had no doubts that Miss Calamity would be in the same boat. It's not that simple, the silent Enigma said, looking at Miss Calamity for a long moment before continuing. Not anticipating danger is dangerous. We should make contingency plans. Miss Calamity tilted her head. Just make sure you handle the things inside. With me around, no one can trouble you outside. Yeah, Sarah nodded with a small smile, but even Sonia, who had met her recently, could tell it was only a polite smile. It was unclear whether Miss Calamity couldn't feel their hostilities or decided to simply ignore them. However, the conversation carried on smoothly. Alright, I'm on a break anyway, so don't mind my presence. Without any awkwardness, Miss Calamity stood up and picked a room to live in. Once she left, the atmosphere cooled down, and the trio looked at each other in heavy silence. It was the type of silence you'd see before criminals decide to murder an innocent woman. Scary. Sonia planned to escape and slowly got up. So this centerpiece of the home world, tell me about it. Varian's words caused her to freeze in an awkward posture, half seated and half standing. The little princess remained still, as if performing an exercise, and began to speak. The Anvil of Fortune, or Fortune Anvil, it's mentioned even in the oldest myths. It said that All-Mother Ashira sought a powerful divine being to create a complex tool to serve as the foundation of an entire race. Nexus Empire? Yes. The natal treasures of the Polarians are linked to the Fortune Anvil. I'm not sure exactly how it works or what it does, but it's the reason why this race is what it is. Sonia herself didn't know much about it. Their original mission was very simple, and in that context, knowing this much might not have been encouraged. This is a taboo topic, and I shouldn't be saying this, but I was informed because I was a candidate for Crown Princess. The little princess wore a wry smile, perhaps reflecting on her attempts to seize the throne. It was ironic how her plans had been completely upended. There are many protocols for emergencies. For example, if a rank 9 warrior sneaks through the kingdom's barrier, it's because of a traitor. If the situation occurs again, the Crown Princess would have the authority to mobilize the patrolling armed units and create a blockade against the intruder. One of the protocols, the last in fact, addresses the scenario where the Pala kingdom is invaded and crushed by a foreign force. At that point, the king and martial saint are obligated to protect the rising geniuses. The leader of the next generation, the crown princess, is obligated to protect not just the capital but the entire home world. And if she had to choose between all the rising geniuses and the Fortune Anvil, or even every single member of the race and the Fortune Anvil, she is ordered to choose the Fortune Anvil. Why the hell are 3 outsiders like us allowed into such an important place? Varian couldn't help but ask. Fortune Anvil is significant, not fragile. Even if they do their best, a rank 7 or even rank 8 can't leave a scratch on it. It's like a safe or a block made of indestructible material, Sonia tried to explain. If you're someone like Miss Calamity, you wouldn't be allowed in. Even though the information was insufficient for a complete understanding, Varian nodded. Sonia wasn't even the crown princess, yet it was surprising that she knew at least this much. Only a few hours were left until the ritual. Meanwhile, in one of the simpler mansions in the corner of the royal district, Duchess Sarenthia turned the pages of a photo album. It showed a cute young girl with silver hair and red eyes, alongside a beautiful middle-aged woman. The joy in the little girl's eyes was infectious, and the woman's smile was warm. As the pages turned and the photos progressed, their bond grew stronger. The cute girl transformed into a stunning young woman. Though there were no physical similarities between the two, the way they stood together, laughed, and talked showed that they didn't need a blood connection to be a daughter and mother. Duchess Sarenthia's eyes grew moist as the pages inevitably approached the end. 10 years before that day, 5 years before that day, 1 year, 1 month, 1 day. Pit. Pat. Pit. Like a gentle drizzle, tears washed down her face. The strong image of a duchess who rose to her position despite being only a rank 8 was gone, replaced by the fragile silhouette of a broken woman. Why must it be like this? She wiped her face and clutched her temples. Why does it have to be this way? As if there were a silent witness to answer her question, she asked again and again. There was no answer. It can't be helped, after all. What needs to be done, must be done. Sarenthia exhaled deeply and walked to the door. Her eyes were cold and determined, her gait confident. Everything will be over today. Waiting outside the mansion was a white-haired, white-skinned young woman in a white dress, Princess Samantha Snow. Sarenthia closed her eyes for a moment. The image of Isadora and Sonia flashed in her mind, but then the scene of a man on his knees, in a pool of blood with his arms torn and chest cleaved open, replaced it. The two scenes clashed, and the Duchess opened her eyes with a cold gaze. Show no mercy. I wasn't planning to, Princess Samantha replied in a murderous tone, in sharp contrast to the gentle caress she gave to a bracelet on her left hand. It wasn't her bracelet, it was her brother's. Her dead brother. Duchess, I will fulfill the dream. But as a sister, I have a debt to settle. Sarenthia nodded in understanding. They were in a similar situation after all. But no matter their personal circumstances, the dream took precedence above all. For equality. For equality. Chanting the infamous slogan of the most terrifying terrorist organization that had shaken the Pala kingdom in the past few centuries, the two set off. The entrance to the synthetic world, Cradle, was in a highly secured area within the Prime World. There was still some time before the event would begin, but a few key members had already arrived on the scene. The entrance was a purple and pink vortex, spinning thousands of revolutions per second, spewing and drawing in aura in quantities that would drain even an entire star system. The floor was a continuous, pure white surface, as if cut from a single mountain. There were no trees, but there were some marvelous hybrid plants, which were essentially sentient plant forms. Though these plants had no leaves, they were beings that took in aura and used it to fuel their growth, coming in many shapes and sizes. To survive in mana-rich places, typically occupied by sentient beings, these plants had evolved into aesthetically pleasing, cute creatures. They floated in the wind, dancing and glowing, creating a calming sight, as if nature itself was dancing. If children were here, they would be mesmerized by the sight and would join the little creatures in the dance. But the ones present were among the oldest beings in the kingdom. They only appreciated the sight before turning their attention to the matter at hand. A bronze-skinned middle-aged man stood tall and strong. The playful plants didn't dare to approach him, as if children avoiding a stern teacher, they moved away from him. King Ferdinand's mere presence caused even the aura in his surroundings to flow in a strict order. Your Majesty, I will personally conduct an investigation into the kidnapping and find the mastermind, a red-haired, red-skinned old man said, clenching his fists. Kidnapping a guest of our court and doing so brazenly is an unforgivable provocation. At Archduke Michael's declaration, the king glanced at him with a faint gaze before humming. Do as you wish. I am grateful. I am not saying this because I want to smear their name, but I absolutely cannot think of this happening without an insider's help. Like the terrorist group that just can't die no matter how much I keep destroying their strongholds. Their level can't be low. I suspect that it's Archduke. The king's cold, sharp voice cut off the old man's passionate, loud voice. Yes. Duke Michael paused for a moment before sighing and lowering his head. I apologize. But, Your Majesty, you know how dangerous the ideas they propagate are. Equality, Sounds good on paper, sure. If I could turn all the worthless spiritless into the spirited, would do so without a thought. It would be great for our kingdom and our race. But in reality, it would only lead to extinction. A secret meeting occurred just an hour before the ritual. Neither the king nor Archduke Michael were aware of it. The attendees weren't some wannabe terrorists or crony businessmen, they were the four most influential people in the entire kingdom. Duchess Sarenthia of the Sonia faction, Dukes Cryad and Corinthian of the Rudolph faction, and Duchess Serafina of the Damarev faction. Since the beginning of the Crown Prince candidacy, they had been competing against each other, using every dirty trick in the book to gain an edge. Their grudges, as old as a millennium and as new as a decade, were common knowledge to any spirited Polarian. The popular perception was that unless the king himself ordered it, the four wouldn't gather in a single place. If they did, it would usually end in a dispute. While it typically wouldn't get physical, even a verbal conflict between the pillars of the kingdom had far-reaching effects. As a retired diplomat once said, the kingdom would go extinct before they make up. It seemed that extinction had arrived today. Not only was the meeting arranged in advance, but it was also intended to foster cooperation. I'll be taking care of the king's side, the old woman with extremely heavy wrinkles, Duchess Serafina, said. Leave Miss Calamity to me, Duke Cryad raised his chin. The gazes turned to Duchess Sarenthia. A part of her mind raged against her rationality, telling her not to take this step. But she exhaled lightly and said with killing intent, I'll manage Michael. Excellent. Duke Corinthian clapped. We'll be providing them with proper concealment treasures. Let's compete fairly, ha ha ha. His sarcastic words caused a chuckle in the usually solemn group. It was perhaps the only thing they all agreed upon. Trixie, a region under Archduke Michael, on paper, is the most prosperous area with virtually negligible crime rates. In reality, any crimes against the spiritless were not counted as crimes. The entire non-working spiritless population, children, elderly, and patients, were not even included in the population statistics, thus inflating the wealth per capita. It is a heaven for the spirited and a hell for the spiritless. The biggest city in the region, Gulg, epitomizes this disparity, magnified tenfold. The successful, spiritless lead comfortable lives, working hard in their childhood to prepare for careers, working hard in adulthood to earn a livelihood until death. The mediocre ones are the labor that powers the system, surviving month to month. Those below, the spiritless who cannot pay back their debts, receive the worst treatment. In the entrenched notion that spiritless are failures, a failed spiritless individual is seen as the worst of the worst, a shame to the entire community. Unable to pay back their debts or having committed crimes, they become public workers, a euphemism for slaves, starting a hellish life. Ironically, most of those who use and mistreat these public workers are not the elite spirited but their more successful fellow spiritless. In an unawakened civilization, such a situation would have sparked a revolution, leading to the toppling of the entire system. However, When the power of numbers is easily negated by a few powerful individuals, Gulg continues on its trajectory without any significant instability. The city promises to remain a simultaneous mix of heaven and hell. There was just one problem. Boom. Bomb. Dum. Dum. Boom. Boom. An elite township within the sprawling metropolis of Gulg, home to tens of thousands, was obliterated in a cataclysmic event. At least 100,000 spirited Polarians, the vibrant inhabitants of the area, perished instantly. Amidst the inferno, ash, and smoke, several silhouettes darted out. For equality, the chant of a trio of attackers echoed as they ruthlessly hunted down the few survivors. With ruthless efficiency, they spared no one, be it the tender skin of the young or the weathered skin of the old, blood spilling freely and staining the murderers' visages. For equality, their slogan resounded far and wide. Stop right there. You cursed vermin. I will exterminate you all. Security forces arrived on the scene within minutes, deploying their abilities to combat the insurgents. The trio of attackers, clad in red-skin suits and adorned with red masks depicting a weeping face, met the security forces with a chilling smile. It wasn't until the officers closed in that they realized the grave mistake. What is this? The ground. Fall back. Retreat immediately. But it was too little, too late. Explosions erupted, consuming the security personnel in a burst of fiery death, leaving the stronger ones grievously wounded and the rest either dead or maimed. The few brave souls who had arrived on the scene and had been observing from a distance were stunned. Even the attackers were not spared, their bodies torn asunder by the detonations. From the chaos, 10 more figures in red emerged, seemingly calculated to leave a few survivors in their wake. They advanced further into the city. Over the next half hour, more than 300,000 lives, all spirited beings, were claimed by the violence. Every terrorist encountered thus far was felled, yet like an endless swarm, new attackers continued to emerge, driven by a cause or a madness that pushed them to unyielding acts of destruction. When the army moved to the core areas of Gulg, the attacks shifted to distant regions, targeting vulnerable spirits. When this news reached Archduke Michael, the old man felt his lungs constrict with anger. Those sewer rats. How dare they? Do they think they can get away just because today is a special day? The Archduke's long beard trembled violently, caught in the aura storm emanating from the old man. Razel Enclave was also attacked. Academy students died. The most talented geniuses of this century. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. By the end, his jaw was clenched tight and he was shaking violently, as if about to explode. Those lowlifes will pay. The Archduke smashed the communicator and bowed to the king. Your Majesty, please forgive my impudence. Without waiting for a reply, the old man vanished. The borders of a kingdom were hard to define. There was no strict measure like a land or river to mark the vast space. It was mostly empty, with some star systems scattered here and there. Stars and black holes were useful landmarks, but they were not of primary importance in defining boundaries. Why? Although stars and black holes seem enormous and powerful enough to serve as permanent markers, they were not. A rank 7 could easily move a literal star from one location to another. Even the Awakeners in Sage Avenue could do it, let alone those with the powers of matter and energy. Therefore, kingdoms looked for things that would not change easily. They found the answer in the structure of the spacetime fabric, specifically, spacetime nodes. These were specific points that behaved differently from their surroundings in terms of the stretch of space and the flow of time. In layman's terms, these points were hard to manipulate. If the entire fabric was like a thin cloth, these points had very rough and tough patches. By building a defense around these points and connecting them to the next spacetime node, a barrier against spacetime movement could be formed. With this principle, the Pala kingdom defined its borders and constructed a reputable border defense system. The army stationed at the border was headed by a peak rank 9, the military commander, the third and final pillar of the army. However, due to the vastness of the territory, the army was stretched thin, forcing local leaders to rely on their own judgment in many situations. One such local army general stroked an envelope with a complicated expression. "Fortunately, I don't have any children or relatives. Even if this gets found out, I'll be the only one punished." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he placed the envelope in a box. The letter contained important information from his elite scouts from a week ago. Shaking his head, the general sighed as he dropped the letter into the box. A blue light enveloped the letter before it abruptly turned a severe red, signaling the gravity of the news it contained. In the kingdom, even children knew what the colors meant: blue for routine, red for danger, and the severe red indicated a catastrophe of such magnitude that it could bring the entire kingdom to its knees. The process was clear. The news should have traveled up the chain of command, scrutinized at each level before reaching the ultimate decision-makers. Yet, in these extraordinary times, each military leader of a certain rank held the authority to bypass the usual hierarchy and send messages directly to the king. It was a safeguard implemented in the aftermath of the last war, a desperate measure to ensure that critical information did not get lost in the bureaucracy. Thus, it was not long before King Ferdinand found a dark red letter hovering solemnly before him, an ominous harbinger of dire news. His brow furrowed as he opened the missive, his eyes scanning the urgent report. "King of Pala, Lord of Polarians, the scouts have detected unusual activity near the border. I was still unsure of their words 3 days ago. But it has irked me. So, I picked up the clues and began my own research. After a lot of digging, Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'll have to speak some ugly truths about the situation." King Ferdinand's eyes showed no emotion, but when he read the next lines, his eyebrows jumped. "It's the forces of the 7th Prince. There is no doubt about it. And the one at the highest command appears to be Hector Russ himself. That man is a favorite of the 7th Prince and has a terrifying track record. He played a key role in destroying the Mithril Quadrilateral." The king's breathing finally grew a little rough. Four kingdoms, Pala, Jewel, Arbor, and the Lost Kingdom, acted as a unit against the Jai Empire, offering one of the toughest resistances to the invaders. This wasn't new. For tens of thousands of years since this alliance was formed, the four kingdoms worked together and showed brilliant performance. The Empire couldn't use divine rankers against the kingdoms because of the alliance's strict standoff. They could only send rank 9s, but rank 9s were never able to destroy the unit. But then something happened not too long ago. One of the kingdoms fell into a bloody feud within the ruling family, and then the entire ruling family was wiped out. Chaos ensued, and anarchy reigned. The alliance had already reacted and sent forces to control the situation. But there was a small, very, very small, gap between the two events. That's when the Empire attacked and destroyed the kingdom. It permanently erased one corner of the 4 pillars holding up this side of the alliance. It was more demoralizing than words could express. It's not just about losing 1/4 of the size, as the alliance higher-ups might think. It's not even about the lost strength. The king understood that the impenetrable barrier, the shield that had protected them, was not eternal. When one kingdom fell, the vulnerability of the second became all too clear. "I must prevent this at all costs. I cannot allow even the slightest chance of the same fate befalling us." The entrance to the Prime World was strictly guarded. But those menacing rank 9 guards were just for show. A powerful formation guarded the entrance, and without pre-issued passes, not even rank 9s could enter. Forget the typical rank 9s, even a duke wouldn't be able to get in. With their passes, Varian and the group entered the special area and were surprised by what they found. Contrary to their expectations of a strict, prison-like environment, it was nearly a slice of paradise. The floor was a pure white, single stone, and a bright sky shimmered with starlight. Plants and flowers swayed in the wind, as if performing a graceful dance. Most of all, a pink and purple vortex spun violently, tempting them to enter the synthetic world. However, when they arrived, there was no one in sight, not even Duke Michael, who had promised to cheer them on with full support, or the king himself, who was known for personally overseeing important events. The floating plants and glowing flowers were beautiful and mesmerizing, but they couldn't dispel the growing unease. Miss Calamity entered the world a few moments later. It was a mystery how she obtained her pass, but she did. Unlike the group, who were pondering the inexplicable situation, she exclaimed without hesitation, "Where is everyone? Did they already enter?" Without waiting for an answer, she shook her head. "There are no traces of, rank 7s. Only the King and Duke Michael were here, until a few minutes ago." Instead of easing their anxiety, her words only stirred more chaos. Sarah, in particular, clung tightly to Varian's arm, as if worried he might disappear, and looked at Miss Calamity with a wary gaze. "What did I do now?" the lady asked in a genuinely confused voice. "Shall we ask the guards what happened?" Sonia chipped in. Even though everyone was nearly ignoring her, Varian, Sarah, and Enigma were technically in Sonia's team, not the other way around. Miss Calamity nodded lightly, and a phantom resembling herself jumped out of the barrier, landing in front of the guards out of nowhere and nearly causing them to attack the sudden intruder. They were all rank 9, but there was a tremendous gap between her and them. A few seconds later, Miss Calamity's phantom dissipated, and the lady's brows furrowed. The Duke left first. Then the King. Both were in a hurry. Miss Calamity's voice grew quieter. If those two had left, something important must have come up. But what exactly? A danger or an opportunity? Without a second thought, Miss Calamity opened a retriever and enabled a communication channel with important army officers at the border. "Is everything fine?" There was a long pause before an aged voice replied, "No significant conflict so far." "Any peculiar signs?" "The 7th Prince's forces are mobilized. They're everywhere. Part of them is moving near the kingdom, and another part is conducting a military parade near a satellite galaxy." "Those bastards." Miss Calamity's voice grew cold. A military parade wasn't an attack, but it could quickly turn into one. The issue was, every time this parade happened, the defending army of the satellite galaxy had to scramble to the potential conflict site and crank up all the defense mechanisms. Even without considering the dangers of doing it on short notice, the costs and toll of rushing to defense would be enormous. If they kept piling up, the defenders would be exhausted physically. That in itself wasn't that big of a problem. They could be fed with good potions, work in shifts, and more. However, if they become spiritually tired and believe they cannot face the constant harassment of a much stronger, aggressive force, they would be finished. Once the defenders give up, the invaders could easily conquer. It wouldn't matter how tough the barriers were or how strong the warriors were. A battle already lost in the mind cannot be won on the field. Since she was overseeing the satellite galaxy, Miss Calamity would never tolerate this situation. Instead of passively resisting, she would charge the army to attack the parade, even if it meant significant losses. Perhaps that's precisely why they were doing this while she was away. "Please do not worry. Even though it's taking a toll, the soldiers aren't so weak that they'd fall from one parade." Sensing her anxiety and frustration, the old voice reassured her in a soothing tone. Miss Calamity looked at Varian and Enigma for a moment before nodding reluctantly. "Yes. Please take care of the situation. I can't come there right away." "Please." "There is no, what?" The composed old voice suddenly let out a horrified shriek. "What are you saying?" "No, no, no." That voice, which had experienced hundreds of chaotic storms, now quivered with disbelief and despair. Even though he couldn't be seen through the audio treasure, his voice painted a very gloomy picture of his face. "I will be there right away." The sound of aura channeling violently echoed, like ocean waves crashing against the shore. Then, the sound of space twisting, most likely from a teleportation formation activating, followed. "Wait, what happened?" Miss Calamity barely managed to stop herself from shouting. A hot situation needed a cool mind. After all, panic wouldn't solve the problem, no matter how bad it was. Miss." The old voice, seemingly remembering she was still on the line, exclaimed, "The satellite galaxy." "Gotcha! Gotcha!" The sound of a mirror cracking echoed, and the space in that distant place seemed to crack open. This happened during the activation of a teleport formation and during a particular type of space attack. Attacking, Miss Calamity's brows twitched, and she gave the four a bitter glance. She dashed out of the barrier at an unfathomable speed. "I'll be back soon. Stay safe." A light split from her, turning into a clone. However, only seconds later, the clone began to shake. Even though she had left the pass for the clone, the formation didn't recognize it as a proper entity and attacked it. If they could just leave their clones and attend to emergencies, both the king and the Archduke would have done the same. In her hurry, Miss Calamity didn't think far enough and made a mistake. As a result, concentrated rays of light fell from the sky, striking her for the next few minutes. The clone tried to fight back, but it only elicited more resistance from the formation. Varian's group distanced themselves from the fight, even though the aftermath of the attacks was blocked by invisible barriers. In just a few minutes, Miss Calamity's clone dissipated like a puff of smoke, showing the extraordinary power of the defensive formations. As if waiting for that very moment, the participants and their backers entered the area. Well. What do we have here? The old woman, who seemed to be on the verge of kicking the bucket any time, displayed too much enthusiasm. "Why are you here alone? Where is Miss Calamity?" Varian didn't find anything wrong with an old woman living her life properly. But Serafina trying to speak like an enchanting young woman in that groggy voice gave him goosebumps. She wanted to kill a bunch of rank 9s who are as strong as you, I guess? I didn't stop her. Varian bared his teeth and flashed a grin. "Ha! This little..." The old woman muttered under her breath but soon smiled, hiding the hostility simmering in her heart. "Little Varian, I am your well-wisher." "If you are my well-wisher," Varian raised a brow, "then I am your dead mom's daddy." Boom! A green tornado manifested for a moment before it was struck down by the defensive mechanism of the place. The initiator of the tornado stepped forward along with her four teammates. Her bobbed red hair visibly darkened, as if reflecting her emotional state, while her purple skin grew several shades lighter, as if it were about to lose color. Anger. Anticipation. The emotions Varian sensed from her were worrying. Anger was fine, but anticipation was not. Princess Zila. Fiancée of Prince Merev. Head of his current faction. Granddaughter of the oldest Duchess, Serafina. Respect the deceased. If you can't do that, I can teach you how. The earrings on her four elf-like pointed ears started to glow. Sensory deprivation. Son of a bitch. Even though he didn't lose to her last time, seeing her overflowing confidence was troubling. "Please." A morbidly thin and pale woman in tight black clothes stepped forward, standing between Varian and Zila. "Princess, going any further would be disrespectful to the tradition." "Don't tell me what to do," Zila sneered, but she withdrew her rising aura and stepped back. Duke Cryad and Corinthian stood on the other side. Varian saw a familiar face leading their faction's team. What the fuck is that guy doing here? Compared to the last time, he had grown over half a foot in height, now standing at a whopping 7 feet. His lean muscles had bulged, and one could only feel sympathy for his stretched clothes. His skin, which previously resembled the sand of a desert, had turned to the color of a rainy forest soil. His once bright, black hair was now completely gone, and he was bald. In short, he looked like a fusion of a steroid bodybuilder and a sumo wrestler. Robert's gaze turned to this side and their eyes met. He flinched for a moment before flashing a grin at Varian. Then he made a lecherous expression as he glanced at the women behind him. Veins popped on Varian's forehead, and dust rose around him due to the heavy breaths he started to take. Like an ancient beast waking from a deep slumber, he hinted at the destruction that would follow. "I hope you are well prepared." Duchess Serenthia greeted them as she approached with quick strides. Following her was a woman with white skin, white hair, and even white eyelashes, Princess Samantha Snow. In a white combat dress that matched her skin, she stood out without even trying. "Please take care of me," she bowed with a polite greeting. Varian's team did not reciprocate. Only Sonia responded in a flustered voice. "Let's do our best." The backers of each faction stepped toward the vortex and took out a red gem. The fast-spinning vortex slowed down before coming to a complete stop. The mission must be finished at all costs. Every team was given the same statement. Before they left for the vortex, Duchess Orenthia stepped forward and ruffled Enigma's hair. She wore a loving smile, one in which even Varian's soul power couldn't find a hint of deceit. "Dear Enigma, I have so many things to tell you. So many places I want to show you. Your sister was lively when she was young, but she trained too hard, partly due to my influence. But you, I wish you could enjoy your life." Enigma's indifferent expression faltered for a moment, and confusion was visible in her eyes. Compared to everyone here, Enigma was the most sensitive to emotions, even though she showed the least herself. Perhaps that's why she could sense the intensity and sincerity of Sorrenthia's emotions. The love she held for her children, even the sister of her daughter, was genuine. Enigma glanced at Varian, and as always, her eyes revealed her feelings. Varian quickly grabbed her hand and said, "We'll get going then." Without waiting for permission, he strode toward the vortex and disappeared into it. Sorrenthia pursed her lips and let out a small sigh. Alas, the final goodbye is too short. As if she heard Sorrenthia's words, Samantha, who was about to enter the vortex, turned around and smiled. Even though her lips didn't move, her eyes conveyed her unspoken words. Samantha nodded. If a soul awakener were present, they would easily tell that both women were thinking the same thing, for equality. Hey, what the hell is happening? Rumble. 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 Cradle, the synthetic world, was a place filled with mists, white, red, pink, every color in the spectrum. The natural beauty of this place, rivers, mountains, forests, valleys, overflowed. When Varian entered and was appreciating the scenery, the sky began to rumble, as if it was about to fall. Rumble. 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 It continued for a few more seconds. Sarah and Enigma prepared for a dangerous situation, while Sonia panicked. Only Samantha seemed fine. But to avoid looking suspicious, she put on a confused expression. Cradle has become too fragile. A bunch of rank 8s entered, and it's already shaking this much. No wonder the Duchess refused to send a rank 9 for her mission. The intensity of the disturbance made one thing clear: she wasn't the only rank 8 who had entered. Every time, a rank 8 had come, and a strong one at that. They, too, should have realized this by now. The only ones unaware of the danger they were in were Varian and his teammates. The team finally reached the exit of the narrow valley they found themselves in. A wide, open field greeted them. The group paused, taking in the peculiar sight of this ancient, synthetic world. A special type of glistening purple grass filled their view, stretching as far as the eye could see. Dew dripped from the tips of the grass blades and fell to the ground. When it did, a grass blade would rise instantly, sucking in the ever-present colorful mists. "Cradle is a world with overflowing vitality," Samantha commented, subtly moving to stand in line with the rest. "Fortune Anvil isn't just a treasure, it's the foundation of the Polarian race. Its vitality rivals that of the cosmic tree in the tower. Confine all that to a single world, and this is the result." Varian didn't show any reaction to her explanation. But Sarah stepped forward and sheathed her sword. "So, what did that woman order you to do?" "Pardon?" Samantha's eyebrows furrowed. "Duchess Orenthia wanted you on this team." "Why?" Only the aura of a peak rank 7 was leaking from Sarah, but it sent dirt flying into the air and blew away the mists. The beasts that were supposed to attack the contestants, including those in the valley they first appeared in, shuddered fiercely at the fearsome aura. Sarah hadn't killed as many as her husband, but it would be a mistake to mistake this for benevolence. Even if Varian might hesitate in the face of collateral damage, the death of innocence, Sarah would not. The only reason she even bothered to ask Samantha instead of killing her right away was the problematic aftermath. Samantha's death needed to appear natural and convincing to avoid trouble. If Miss Calamity were still around, things wouldn't be so troublesome. But during her short tenure as queen and de facto empress, she learned that decisions must be made based on the reality on the ground, not on ideal conditions on paper. "You're saying I have a mission for joining you," Samantha pressed her chest, looking at them with shaking eyes. "Don't make me repeat myself." Sarah's killing intent spread out like a red fog, pressing down heavily. "I decided to reveal it already. But if you treat me like this, you'll get nothing. I believe in the dignity of a person, no matter who they are." Samantha's words were filled with strong conviction, and they caught them off guard. Putting aside the content of her plan, her belief in it was pure and bright. Varian gave Sarah a glance, and understanding his wordless intent, the Queen of Radiance withdrew her pressure. Kicking the smooth soil in frustration, Samantha straightened up, coughing violently. Even though she was a rank 8, to avoid suspicion, she hadn't lifted the limiters on her power and suffered the pressure as a high rank 7. Despite it being just aura pressure and killing intent, her chest felt like it was burning, as if her lungs were being scorched. However, Samantha Snow held no resentment against Sarah. She was honest when she said she wanted to reveal her plan. "Before I start my sad story, should I talk about this place?" Samantha adjusted her breath and glanced at Sarah. Sarah shrugged and turned to Varian. Biting her lip, Princess Snow turned to Enigma, who did the same. And Sonia, she had been standing beside him the whole time. Reluctantly, Princess Snow looked to him for his opinion. Sure, Varian's tone was blunt. Even Sonia didn't know the full details of this place. Since Samantha was fully backed by Serenthia, she must have been given useful information. And that's one of the reasons why Varian stopped Sarah from the kill. The explanation took only a few minutes. Fortune Anvil, while now in the possession of All-Mother Ashira, was originally crafted by a divine ranker, or a so-called god, from the Nexus Empire. This much was already known. Fortune Anvil was the source of the race's natal treasures, yet due to its divine qualities, it remained brimming with vitality. Even within a world designed to nurture minimal life, the anvil would generate a spirit every few centuries. This fortune spirit was neither a Polarian nor a conventional soul form of life or undead. Instead, it existed in a peculiar middle ground. The problem arose when the fortune spirit, upon manifesting, would gradually attain sentience and swiftly grow in power. The mystical entity would attempt to reunite with the fortune anvil, a process more aptly described as possession. The fortune spirit aimed to become the sole and absolute master of the fortune anvil. However, the moment this process commenced, the natal treasures of all Polarians suffered adverse effects. There was a widespread belief that the fortune spirit had ominous plans for the spirited of the race. The potential outcomes were dire. The spirited might lose their natal treasures entirely or experience a significant decline in their quality, neither of which was tolerable to the average spirited or the royal lineages. Additionally, there was considerable unease regarding the capabilities of a nascent and inexperienced spirit to manage the fortune anvil, given the artifact's profound connection to the race's very origins. The risks included the spirit altering the natal treasures in unpredictable ways, disrupting the race's lineage, altering the balance of power among the spirited, or even causing irreparable damage to the fortune anvil itself. These uncertainties were too great for the race to ignore or accept. Since Fortune Anvil served as the foundational program, the intricate system of genetic and spiritual codes that gave rise to all Polarians, it theoretically held the power to manipulate key aspects like fertility or lifespan. Doubts did exist regarding the feasibility of such alterations, however. If a divine rank entity could conjure an entire race from nothingness, then making tweaks from the divine source would not be out of the realm of possibility. Then, why not simply destroy the fortune spirit with formations upon its manifestation? The complication lay in the significant divine essence required for the creation of each fortune spirit. The Fortune Anvil's divine essence could be compared to a campfire, while that of the Fortune Spirit was akin to a flickering candle. Still, with each creation, the process consumed a net amount of divine essence. As a result, the Fortune Spirit was given the necessary time to mature and boost its divine essence. However, allowing the Fortune Spirit to come too close to the Anvil was perilous. In the vicinity of the divine artifact, the Fortune Spirit would commence the fusion process, leading to a surge in power. Consequently, protective formations were installed to swiftly pull the Fortune Spirit away from the Anvil immediately after creation. Yet, the spirit couldn't be moved too far, as that risked extinguishing its nascent divine essence and resulting in premature death. In this way, a familiar pattern emerged. Akin to raising a chick, the Fortune Spirit was nurtured until it could serve a purpose. At the opportune moment, it would be nearly annihilated before being returned to the Fortune Anvil. With the aid of formations, artifacts, and, crucially, human effort, the Fortune Spirit's individuality would be erased and its divine essence reclaimed by the Anvil. Objectively, it was a harrowing cycle, one that had persisted for countless years. The plan was simple, not easy. Cradle was a vast synthetic world, but even it was adversely affected by the immense amount of vitality and divine power flowing from the Fortune Anvil. This impact had made the world fragile, so much so that it couldn't even bear the presence of rank 9s. As a result, the world had evolved to protect itself from destruction, taking on a distinct direction. This is why there is a significant suppression of strength here. If a sovereign came here, they wouldn't be able to move, and the density of the aura is so thick that it could suffocate a rank 2 celestial. The gravity, the rigidity of space, and the toughness of materials, everything is amplified. It's ironic that the world has become resilient to combat its fragility. Even a world has a sense of self-preservation. In short, Cradle is not an easy world to explore. Despite their overwhelming power, which could overturn entire star systems, they wouldn't be able to do more than topple a few mountains here. The sense of direction here is messed up. If we walk blindly, we'll end up back at the same place, Samantha explained as she led the team. Floating in front of her was an oval-shaped silver metallic piece with a crimson pointer vibrating swiftly, showing them the way. That's why we have this, Samantha said with unmistakable pride. It guides us to the Fortune Spirit? No. To the guardian beasts. They are the unique monsters created by the Fortune Spirit in each iteration to guard it while it fuses with the Anvil. If we kill a bunch of guardian beasts, the compass can absorb the essence of the Fortune Spirit and lead us to it. Her explanation left little room for doubt. Only Sonia looked very uncomfortable. Nominal leader of the team, she seemed out of place. Though she never intended to accept any of the captain's privileges from Varian and his wives, she felt bad when her mother found someone else for a role she could have fulfilled. Why was she withheld such vital information? And why was the compass not given to her? Was it because she had betrayed her? But you betrayed me first. You tried to kill my sister. The pink hair of the little princess swayed as she walked with her head lowered. Rub. Rub. A warm hand gently brushed her hair and patted her on the back. Raising her head, she noticed Enigma's expressionless face. What? On her behalf, Enigma said with a plain face, showing no kindness at all. Her hands, distinct from Isadora's at her age, still shared many similarities. They really are sisters. Sonia felt bitter at the realization, but the continuous warmth caused her to sigh in satisfaction. But isn't that a good thing? I can have more sisters. A small smile formed on her face, and her weak steps turned into energetic strides, catching up to Samantha. As the captain of the team, I'll take the risk of being the front runner. That's a bye. Without even waiting for Princess Snow's objection, she connected with the treasure and marched ahead. Samantha wanted to argue but wasn't willing to start a dispute. At least not before she made herself clear. Growl. Before she could start, an obnoxious roar from a gem-studded, mountain-sized bear shook the fields. The creature was at the peak of rank 7, but its aura was fluctuating violently, as if it was about to jump a rank. Noticing their presence, the bear's car-sized red eyes glowed with a violent light, and the creature dashed at them with a speed that defied its heaviness. If it had been in the right mind, even the most courageous of the Gem Mountain Bear wouldn't have tried to pull this off. But alas, it's in a state of frenzy due to its breakthrough. Slash. Varian, who had been silent so far, sheathed his sword. Go on. The pretty, pink-haired princess was nervous upon encountering a beast significantly stronger than her. But she showed her faith and moved ahead. Boom. 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 As she did, the beast ran toward her on all fours. Sonia's body trembled, and her instinct screamed at her to grab a weapon. But she controlled herself and did nothing but walk. In just seconds, the bear and Sonia came face to face. Shaw. As her feet touched the giant creature's leg, a red vertical line appeared on the bear, starting from its head and running all the way down to its belly. Then it split open, as if making way for Sonia with its own life. Sarah playfully punched Varian on the shoulder for teasing poor Sonia. Enigma too gave him a light smack, claiming it was what Isadora would have done. The poor princess didn't dare to complain to the demonic brother-in-law. But Samantha could barely control her rage watching Varian smile. This bastard. This fucking beast. He deserves. Pressing down her simmering fury, she started. You could have left the beast alive instead of killing it. So, why didn't you? Huh? Does it make any difference if I kill a mindless beast? Varian retorted without much thought. Would it make a difference if it's a mindful, sentient beast? Samantha shot back. If it did not show hostility, I would not kill it, Varian admitted. But if you had to kill between a sentient person and a sentient beast? Is this an interview now? Varian scoffed. The surroundings began to change, and they entered a wet forest. If I am going to reveal my reason for being here, it's only fair that I ask some trivial questions. Well, obviously. I would kill the beast over the person, Varian said. Then what differentiates a person from a beast? What are you smoking, lady? Varian burst into laughter. But Samantha didn't laugh back. Her face was deadly serious. Please answer, Varian Constant. What differentiates a beast from a person? 2 legs. I can show you bipedal beasts. Bodily hair? There are plenty of hairless creatures. A humanoid shape? There are many beasts who look as humanoid as Polarians. Varian's eyes showed contemplation. What are you getting at? An obvious but overlooked point. You consider those like you as people and those unlike you, those who seem uncivilized, unworthy, and undeserving in your framework, as beasts. Samantha began, her expression one of disgust, as if she was sick of this mindset. It's not just you as a person but you and almost every damn soul in this kingdom and the Alliance at large. There is a worth assigned to a species that makes it either an honorable people or livestock. There was sadness in her voice and hatred in her eyes. If only she weren't talking about something so obvious, Varian would have thought she was making a great point. But so far, he only felt that she was trying to stir drama. Okay, and? Samantha laughed at his apathetic response, as if she had expected it all along, and continued. In this wretched kingdom, a person and a beast are differentiated by one thing: the spirited are lords, and the spiritless are the livestock. Why should anyone be judged on their natal treasure, something they have no control over? Why should this kingdom accept such a notion? You asked what my intention is. My intention is to allow the beasts to be as they originally are, without the burden of judgment or prejudice. Varian crossed his arms at the heartfelt speech. The inequality wasn't just apparent in Polarian society, it screamed in his face from the moment he stepped in. Spirited. Spiritless. They differed by a few letters, but that was the only place where the difference was small. If you were in the good part of the kingdom, you'd be seen as peasants under undefeatable feudal lords. Work hard and get your reward. Be obedient, and your life would be safe, probably. In the bad part of the kingdom, it was akin to slaves and masters. No matter what you did, the chains couldn't be broken. It's a really noble intention. I appreciate the ideal. Varian paused under a tree that resembled a jellyfish and glanced at Samantha. Princess Snow looked into his eyes and parted her lips. So you understand now? You want to mess up the fortune anvil and tamper with the configuration of natal treasures. Samantha's eyes lit up, and she nodded strongly. You come from a land where there isn't this disgusting slavery. So you know the utopia this kingdom can be. Join hands with me for a beautiful future. No, Varian's refusal was swift and curt. I understand your ideals but am not interested in taking part in the struggle. Don't you feel anything when you see how trillions of lives are mistreated? Can you still call yourself a good person? Samantha's eyes turned bloodshot, and her voice grew venomous. The sharp accusations quickly divided the camps into right and wrong, pushing Varian down the abyss of morality. Princess Snow also turned to the two women with an intense gaze. She didn't say it out loud, but Enigma sensed that she was expecting a thank you for exposing their man. Childish, Varian shook his head with an indifferent expression. How dare you? It's the aspirations of trillions of live. Before we delve into the aftermath of such a significant change on the kingdom's internal structure and external dynamics, how should the attempt to manipulate a divine treasure, one used by All-Mother Eshira herself, be viewed? Do you think a mere celestial rancor can make the desired changes without causing major issues? Samantha paused for a moment before she bared her teeth and snarled, the world isn't as dumb, and you aren't as smart as you think. Fortune Anvil has been studied. The changes have a high chance of success. Even if it fails, the previous settings can be restored without any unwanted penalties. It was a lie. While the information on Fortune Anvil was gathered by Duchess Orenthia over the centuries, any sane researcher on her team would say they only scratched the surface. They only learned the process of making changes to the default settings. Nothing more. Nothing less. If you're so confident, then do what you want. I'm not going to stop you, Varian shrugged. In fact, he wanted to see the Fortune Anvil too. It's the first divine treasure within his reach. Though it's not a potion he could drink or a sword he could use, the consequences of stealing a kingdom's ruling race's life source were too severe to consider. He didn't think he could steal it in the first place. Yet, a divine treasure formed by All-Mother Eshira with the laws of life and the laws of order and chaos, created by the Nexus's powerhouse, was invaluable. He was convinced that coming into contact with the Fortune Anvil would benefit him greatly. The elite princes and princesses competed for the standard benefits as well. Kill the Fortune spirit, grind its ego away, and gain a significant boost to your rank. This process would allow a peak rank 7 candidate to reach rank 9 in 75% less time than otherwise. Being neutral in a war of clear evil and obvious good is not neutrality, it's cowardice and opportunism. Samantha began her lecture, to an audience of none but her own ears. Yeah. I'm an evil, selfish bastard. Point taken. Point conceded. But you know, I want to hunt down the Fortune spirit too. We can cooperate until then. With a casual flex of his strength, Varian crushed a rock harder than diamond to dust underfoot and strode forward. Sonia, who was meant to be the leader, hurriedly scampered in front to activate the compass. Enigma and Sarah exchanged a glance, communicating silently and effectively without a word spoken. Kill her now? No. Use her for as long as we can before disposing of her. I thought about hacking off her limbs to use as bait for the Fortune Guardians. That's a bit too gruesome for my taste. Samantha shot the two an enigmatic look. For some reason, a chill ran down her spine, a sense of ominous foreboding clouded her thoughts. It felt as though her destiny was swaying between two hells, and the only choice left to her was picking which one to enter. I'm overthinking this. Samantha shook her head to clear her troubling thoughts and followed behind the group. I tried persuading them. Now that they've chosen to reject, they have no moral ground to stand on when they realize I'm at rank 8. I'm looking forward to their faces when that moment arrives. Princess Snow's mind ventured down a perilous path, and she made a firm decision to act when the right moment struck. And the opportunity came sooner than she imagined. Boom! Roar! This is the Overflow Valley. Sonia's gaze fell on the compass, and she spoke on. There are 3 guardians. 2 peak rank 7s and 1 rank 8. Rank 8? Enigma raised a brow, playing the part of being surprised. Don't worry, Samantha flashed a generous smile. Unless we provoke them, rank 8s won't attack. However, if you need to hunt down a rank 8 for any treasures, it's best to use them. We need to kill only 3 rank 8 guardians to get to the fortune spirit. For rank 7s, we'd need over a dozen. I have a treasure to contribute. As I said, I have a mission, and I'm serious about accomplishing it. On the surface, her words were honest, but her intention was to make them use their life-saving treasures so she could attack them after stripping away all the variables. We should get the spirit before others at any cost. I have 2 rank 8 attack talismans. Varian beamed with confidence. Great. Let's go hunt. Samantha smiled a victorious smile. What a fool. She didn't notice the disdainful look in his eyes. Boom. Gotcha. Like a giant tree being toppled, a massive winged elephant-like beast crashed to the ground. Cradle had an intense aura and a suffocating amount of vitality. Moreover, Fortune Anvil's life laws influenced the synthetic world continuously. The ritual had been ongoing for millions of years, forcing creatures to evolve in a specific direction, reducing their size rather than becoming bloated. This was due to the simple rule that oversized targets were easily spotted and hunted, while smaller creatures could hide more effectively. Even beings that could grow as large as the sun outside only grew to the size of a cow here. Yet, even in such a situation, a few giant beings existed. Their presence itself was a testament to their strength and resilience. The creature that had just collapsed was one such example. Its body was as large as an adult whale on Earth, its wings wide enough to encompass an entire neighborhood, and its flesh could feed a town for 6 months. There was a single fist mark between its eyes. That one punch shattered its skull and sent dangerous shockwaves that fragmented its fragile brain. Sonia gave Varian a look of admiration before placing the compass on top of the creature. From the carcass, a white light was sucked into the treasure. 2 rank 7s down. Only a low rank 8 to go, Sonia said with enthusiasm, leading the team. The rank 8 creature was a dragon that resided on a cliff hundreds of miles high in the sky. There is a kingdom of dragons in the Empire. They wouldn't accept this species as dragons, though. They are very proud of their bloodline, Sonia chattered. Samantha gave a forced smile, still hesitant about how to handle Sonia. On one hand, being with Varian meant she was an enemy. But on the other hand, she was the daughter of Duchess Sarenthia. Here it goes. Princess Snow took out a ring and raised it so she could see the dragon's nest through the small ring. Incantus, Amogus, a red laser light fired from the ring and hit the nest. Caw! The blood-curdling screams of the dragon shook the sky, and the next moment, a heavy rain of purple drenched them. No, Enigma's lips twisted in disgust. This is blood. Caw! A giant dragon, even larger than the beast from earlier, flew down in a blink. Out of its 6 wings, 2 were torn apart, and there was a large, gaping hole in its abdomen. The killing intent of the creature enveloped everyone, and a pressure that rivaled the impact of a tsunami began to fall on them. Hurry! Samantha urged in an anxious voice. Behold, Varian closed his eyes and chuckled to himself, as if he were a secret villain revealing his true power. My ultimate combinatrix dimensional anti-existence annihilator. Samantha's chest constricted at the menacing name, and she held her breath. Maybe he has way more treasures than I can handle. Damn it. And this treasure, it sounds like it can even kill rank 9s. Under her fearful gaze, a rusty dagger flew out of Varian's storage ring. It shook severely as it blasted through the air, the wind howling and space cracking due to its overwhelming speed. But halfway through, the rusty dagger blade seemed unable to bear the pressure and shattered into pieces. Under Samantha's astonished gaze, only the handle hit the dragon's snout. The dragon paused in the air, and Samantha waited for the handle to show its power. What was going to happen? An explosion? Poison? Cutting the creature into pieces? The dragon, having condensed all its aura into its snout, also awaited the destructive power. And waited. A full minute ticked by in utter silence. The dragon opened its mouth and blew. The handle shattered under the pressure, and a single fragment fell down at Samantha's feet. With an expressionless face, she picked it up. It read exactly, Ultimate Combinatrix Dimensional Anti-Existence Annihilator. Why you? You stupid son of a bitch. Princess Snow, abandoning all pretense of elegance, cursed like a fishwife. What the fuck is that name? What the fuck is that treasure? Arg. I'm so angry. The dragon in the air nodded its massive head, as if to say, man, you got scammed by whoever sold that to you. That thing isn't even worth my whisker, I swear. Air. Wait. Varian threw the dagger, and this time, it didn't shatter. Yay. Watch the power unfold. Samantha held her breath, and the dragon quickly dampened its aura. The dagger pierced through the barrier effortlessly and struck the dragon's snout once again. Ting. This time, it didn't just shatter, it turned to powder upon contact. Your uncle. Samantha never wanted to kill someone so badly. If not for the mission, she would have kidnapped and tortured this guy for a full decade. Grah. The dragon dived down again, its wings ready to slice them into pieces in a blink. Feel free to adjust the post to better fit your audience or the tone of your social media presence. Samantha no longer cared about trapping them with her tricks and used another treasure. Boom! A red laser light enveloped the dragon, blasting off the creature's head. Sonia hopped to its corpse happily and charged the compass. Samantha glared at Varian. If eyes could kill, the man would have died 1,000,000 times by now. He merely smiled in response, with a bashful expression. You arrogant bastard, do you think this is a joke? You could have got, boom. Varian suddenly punched out. Almost at the same time, as if reading his mind, Enigma pulled Sonia toward her. A purple light enveloped the world, and a piece of sky seemed to be devoured by that domineering light. Some of the light scattered onto the dragon's corpse, and upon contact, the low-rank 8 creature's body exploded into pieces. But in that purple brilliance, a thin red light flashed. Shaw! All sound in the world vanished, and the brilliant purple light disappeared in a blink. Varian was on his knee. Drip. Drop. Drip. Droplets of blood splashed the ground under him, forming a puddle. A sword was lodged in his chest. A long wound cut from Sarah's right shoulder to her left. The air filled with the heavy smell of blood as the red liquid gushed from her wound. The blonde woman's chest heaved, her eyes flashing with terror as she gripped her sword tighter. The moment she sensed something was wrong, she raised her weapon to block. But the attack shattered the semi-spherical barrier from her sword and gave her a shallow injury. It would heal in a few seconds, but this was a casual attack, thrown at the last moment. I'm already a high rank 8, so this must be a peak rank 8, a strong peak rank 8. With a stern gaze, Sarah squinted her eyes and looked at the man standing proudly in front of the injured Varian. 7 feet tall and bulging with muscles, he was less of a man and more of a beast. Blood from Varian had splattered on his face and glistening bald head. The man licked the blood with an ecstatic expression. Ugh, revenge tastes sweet. Literally. Ha 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 ha. He laughed at his own joke, unembarrassed, before narrowing his eyes with a chilling smile. Coughing up blood, Varian stood up and pulled the sword from his chest. But as he did, Robert's body flashed forward. The space behind him shattered like a mirror, and the air between them exploded with the intensity of a nuclear bomb. Varian focused his senses and channeled all his strength to his legs. With the best movement he could muster, he jumped to the side, intending to avoid the clash. I can do it. It really seemed like he could dodge it, given their speeds. But the moment this thought appeared in Varian's mind, a chuckle escaped Robert's lips. His speed, already faster than any high rank 8, accelerated even further. Before Varian could make any changes, he closed the distance between them and punched out. Grah, dust kicked up, and explosions of aura swept everyone away. The sounds of flesh clashing were harsher than metal collisions. Then, a familiar sound rang loud. Bab-dub. Bab-dub, Robert's hand pierced through Varian's chest and appeared from behind, holding a beating heart. So easy. The prince licked the fresh blood from his face and laughed. So, fucking easy. Boom, his foot moved at an impossible angle, connecting with the sword that reached the back of his neck. Kacha, the blade shattered without resistance, and his kick struck the blue-eyed queen right on her injured right shoulder. With the sound of bones breaking, she was blasted backward, crashing into the ground. The ambush had failed. But that one attack allowed Varian to jump back and gain distance from this monstrous bastard. What the fuck is happening? The pain from the gaping hole in his chest was bad enough. But the aura the bastard injected during the attack was trying to eat away at his body like a swarm of insects, making him feel as if he was being eaten by thousands of ants. Even in that situation, Varian's mind was focused on his enemy. Nothing was making sense. Prince Robert was a weak rank 7 he had easily crushed not too long ago. How the hell did he become a rank 8? No, not just any rank 8, but a peak rank 8. Wait, his body, it's hollow. Varian's eyes glowed green, and his brows furrowed. This bastard can't have more than 300 or 500 days left to live. Though he had no proof, the most plausible explanation formed in his mind. To kill me, you don't mind dying? Are you insane? Varian asked aloud, wincing from the pain in his damaged lungs. Insane? No. I'm the most sane, Robert said, shaking his head with a calm chuckle. As long as I can put a foot into the divine, I can survive. But you have no chance today. Everyone except the prince rolled their eyes at his words. Varian actually had a better chance of surviving here than Robert had of achieving his goal. But the man in the spotlight didn't care about their views. He clenched the beating heart in his hand and brought it to his mouth. Like squeezing a lemon for its juice, the prince squeezed the heart for its blood. When the vitality-rich blood dripped out, he gulped it down with an intense expression. The moment the vitality entered his body, his broken form returned to normal. Robert no longer felt the void in his chest. The feeling of being a bright but dying flame, one that could fall at any moment, vanished. But only for a moment. Like sand slipping away between fingers, the vitality diffused from his body and mixed into the air. The fatigue and fragility returned to the prince. Hiding your rank 8 strength in the academy and fighting me. You had a lot of fun crushing me, didn't you? I never stood a chance, but you humiliated me in front of everyone, broke me down, and made me a laughing stock. The grip on the heart grew stronger, and the hatred in the prince's eyes intensified. Varian raised his hands, as if trying to show he was willing to talk rather than fight. For your information, I had a worse experience with a school bully. That guy was 3 ranks above me and beat me in front of everyone on my first day of school. I can totally understand your problems, but I didn't sell my lifespan to gain some strength. Prince Robert's shoulders trembled, and he threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. But before a second could pass, he leaned forward and grinned. You can make the most logical argument, but your death, no, your gruesome death is inevitable. Instead of panic, Prince Robert saw Varian's lips curl into a smile. Dumbass, I wasn't asking for mercy. I was just buying time. An alarm went off in his head, but before anything could happen, a powerful explosion occurred right next to his head. Boom! Varian's heart exploded, fueled by the powers of order, chaos, and the Death Giant. The space around Robert was twisted, and the prince resisted with all his might. But due to the situation, he was teleported away, albeit not too far. Go! The team ran for it. Varian and Sarah led the way, but Sarah had slowed down to assist Varian. Enigma pursued them, carrying Sonia over her shoulder as if she were a school bag. Woo-woo! Sonia trembled, her breath and gaze both still. We can teleport. I have a TR, no. Teleportation leaves too many traces. In Cradle's environment, those traces are magnified. If we teleport, we're marking ourselves, Varian explained, noting that without this limitation, he could have teleported them instead of Robert. Now, the Mad Prince would attempt to chase them, but finding their trail wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, they could avoid his pursuit for a while due to the clear traces he left behind. I can't defeat him without a prolonged battle, and even then, it's a stretch. Varian channeled his energy for recovery and spoke in a low voice. Sarah helped him heal. Thanks to synergy, their energies were more than compatible. Even if Enigma and I join you, I doubt we can win now, Sarah added. What about Princess Snow? Sonia asked. Varian's thoughts were abruptly halted as if a string had been cut. The moment Robert struck, she had vanished. With everyone focused on either him or Robert, there wasn't much thought given to her. Enigma, watch. Before Varian could finish his warning, Enigma turned and threw Sonia back. Her sword flashed, but a slender blade, held by a slender hand, sliced it in two and pierced her abdomen. Samantha showed no mercy, swiftly moving her blade to slice across Enigma's flesh, as if aiming to cut her in half. Almost at the same time, a palm struck Enigma right on the neck, causing severe injury and nearly knocking her out. Enigma. Varian's fist hit empty air as Samantha held Enigma and jumped away. Fully exploiting the advantage, Samantha's sword poured tremendous power, and the sound of muffled explosions rang from Enigma's body. Like she was electrocuted, Enigma's body twitched, and her face quickly paled. Her limbs relaxed, like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsing in Samantha's arms. Va. Her lips moved with the last bit of strength she could muster, but hardly any voice came out. Her glowing purple eyes struggled to stay open as a heavy drowsiness began to devour her consciousness. Enigma was on the verge of fainting. If there was a tiny chance of saving her before she fainted, it would be impossible afterward. Varian's mind went blank as he leaped forward. The world in his view dimmed, leaving only the struggling figure of Enigma. The chirping of birds, the howling of winds, and the flow of water disappeared. Only the feeble breaths of Enigma remained. Enigma. Enigma. In that brief moment, Varian forgot everything except her name. Like a madman, he ran with all his strength. The space-time around him twisted, and his speed increased. A mental attack struck Samantha. Had she not been fully prepared for all emergencies in the way of her most important mission, she might have faltered for a moment. But she was prepared and did not falter. Stay back. She didn't notice it herself, but the princess's voice was quivering, and her body was trembling. Since she didn't run away, she could observe Varian properly. The madness in his eyes, that obsession and the anger, those emotions transcended all boundaries and consumed him. Despite her superior strength, Samantha had no doubt that the man would kill her, even at the cost of his own life. I said, stay back. Samantha's dagger was at Enigma's slender neck in an instant, a red line already marking the skin. The madness in Varian's eyes vanished, and he came to a halting stop, his feet skidding against the hot ground. The sudden motion tore the skin on his soles, and blood began to seep beneath his feet. The flesh on his feet burned from the searing heat, and the smell of burnt skin began to permeate the air. An agonizing pain, like standing on burning coals, spread from his feet. But Varian was oblivious to the pain, much less capable of reacting to it. I'll leave her. His voice was weaker than it had ever been. I will help with your dream. Or kill me if you want. Just leave her. For a moment, Samantha wondered if she was imagining what she saw. The calm and composed man who hadn't flinched before an all-powerful Robert was gone. The man before her gazed at her with deep fear and appeared ready to sacrifice everything to save the girl. I never thought your pride would bend like this. Samantha felt a surge of ecstasy and raised her hand to Enigma's neck. Varian's face turned even paler, and his rational mind kicked in. Please. Stop. You won't gain anything from killing her. We can be allies, friends. The past can be forgotten. He didn't believe a word he was saying. But if it could save Enigma's life, he could lie for an eternity. Please. His heart-wrenching plea did not sway Samantha's hardened resolve. Her fingers dug into Enigma's collarbone, and blood splashed out. Watching the tiny droplets of blood flying through the air, Varian's mind suddenly calmed down. Like a switch had been flipped, his quivering eyes turned steady, and the unease around him was replaced by a chilling coldness. Time seemed to slow, and the world seemed to freeze. Princess Samantha, his cold voice gave her goosebumps, and a shiver shot down her spine. If you kill her, if you really do, I swear here on my mother's grave that every one of you will suffer hell. Not just you, your family, friends, or relatives. No. Your entire race. The Polarians as a whole, spirited or spiritless, old or young, men or women, the good and the evil. Every single one, from the weakest beggar on the street to the strongest king who governs your kingdom. I will put them all in hell and burn them for eternity. If she dies, forget your dream, what will happen will be beyond your worst nightmare. Samantha's face was ghostly pale, devoid of color and vitality. Her eyelashes quivered, and her lips trembled. Like she had been thrown naked into icy water, her body tightened. Gulp. The sound of her swallowing was so out of place that the princess felt she had committed a great sin by making that noise. Samantha couldn't boast of being the oldest in the kingdom. But to reach the peak of rank 8, she had endured ordeals that even the greatest geniuses would hesitate to face. She had seen countless people on her journey, battled numerous foes, and gained a unique understanding of human nature. That experience had helped her in many endeavors. It was the solid wall she could fall back on when faced with a difficult person. Now, that experience was not just telling, but screaming in no uncertain terms that this man meant every word he said. He didn't just believe it, he was certain of it, as if he had seen the future. But the princess didn't want to agree. Her pride in the greatness of her mission was too great. She couldn't imagine a future where the equal society she aimed to create would be tormented by a single man. If that happened, wouldn't the whole endeavor be pointless? The dream she had sacrificed everything for would be pointless? Samantha's cold expression twisted into a distorted chuckle. Why, you deluded fuckster? Do you think you can take on the king himself? And even if you could, Isadora herself wouldn't destroy the kingdom. She'd be hunted down by the divine rancors. Varian's eyes remained cold, but a mocking chuckle escaped his lips. Divine rancors? Samantha's eyes blazed with fury at his disdain. You can't even stand a speck of their power. You're just an insect in front of them. I might be an insect in front of them today. But I was also an insect in front of you a year ago. A year from now, those gods you worship will be insects at my feet. Ha! A disbelieving laugh escaped the princess's mouth. Reaching the divine rank from rank 8 in a year? I thought you were something. You're just delusional. Varian didn't care about her rebuke and said, Princess Snow, I am giving you a choice. Pick wisely. Samantha gnashed her teeth. This man had a point. She was here to fulfill her mission. It was the only thing she had to focus on. What about the threats he gave? Up until he threatened the entire kingdom, she grudgingly believed her experience's judgment. But when he ridiculed even the gods above, Samantha took comfort in the fact that this man was just delusional. He had a way with words to the point where he deceived even her experience. Yet, that was it. If this man hadn't made that delusional remark, she would have considered killing him at any cost, attacking Enigma and exploiting his attempt to rescue her. Because an enemy who could destroy the dream you accomplished after a long march was dreadful. It seemed that much caution wasn't necessary now. She could kill him after the ritual ended. Isadora? If she wanted to take her life, Samantha would give it up. Moreover, didn't the Duchess say that Isadora might be bluffing the whole thing? As long as an equal society was established, such sacrifices wouldn't matter. Divine rank or not, Princess Isadora could not destroy an entire kingdom. Block. Give me the block you stole from the academy. Varian took out the memory device. Polarians, natal treasures, eugenics factor, distribution patterns. Samantha's breathing grew ragged, and her eyes fixed on the treasure. Varian took it back into his storage ring. You! Samantha almost attacked him. Unfazed, he looked at her with a sharp gaze. So Prince Samut should be your brother, huh? Your life signatures are too obvious. At the mention of the dead prince, Samantha trembled with anger. You killed him. You killed him. Yuki. Despite her emotional swings, Varian didn't seem nervous. You can kill her for revenge, but your brother still won't come back. Or you can leave my wife, take this box, and fulfill your dream. Your brother would have wanted the same, right? Caught up in her emotions, Samantha didn't realize this. Varian sounded like a devil inciting people to make choices he favored, yet he presented it as being in their best interest. Yes, my brother wanted equality, he wanted this madness to end. He put the dream above his own life. How can I disrespect him? Even though tears streamed down her cheeks, the princess calmed down. It seemed that while her mind could discern the situation, her heart was weeping. Varian didn't feel a shred of sympathy for the woman. Prince Samut was nowhere near as moral as she thought. The moment he realized that Teller, the man he helped and who should be grateful to him, was stronger than him, he lost his composure. The prince wanted equality, but only as long as he remained on top. Give me the box, and I'll spare this bitch, Samantha said with a twisted smile. Take away your aura from her, and build an aura link to the box. Samantha agreed to the method. Using her aura, she formed a strong chain to the box. Meanwhile, she allowed the space power to slowly envelop Enigma. These two actions happened simultaneously and with nearly equal progress. At some point, Samantha felt confident she could drag the box to her safely, even if Varian attacked the box. So, she swiftly pulled the box, and her aura reached for Enigma, intending to kill her since the box was already secured. You'll lose both the box and your wife. Ha 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 ha. She would have succeeded if Varian had been using a space treasure for the teleportation, as she assumed. Unfortunately for her, the man was a space awakener himself, and a very good one at that. The moment she pulled the box, the space around Enigma shook, and she disappeared. At the same instant, Varian, Sarah, and Sonia vanished as well. Pray you won't face me soon. His harsh words lingered, but Samantha no longer cared. Looking at the box in her hands, she cackled in madness and rushed to the Guardian. This box was crucial to the mission. With it, the success rate would increase to a whopping 95%. For equality. Varian's group teleported to a distant region, one that even Robert and Samantha would take a while to reach. However, in doing so, they all acquired traces of spatial distortion on their bodies, traces that couldn't be easily erased. With their safety now uncertain, Varian couldn't think about the future. He caught Enigma's weak and soft body in his arms, his hands trembling as he felt her blood drip down his skin. Enigma, Enigma, Enigma. The calm and cool man who had decisively dealt with Samantha in a critical situation was nowhere to be seen. Only a scared, hurt, and sad man was visible in his demeanor. Tremendous life force poured from Varian's fingertips into Enigma, and like dried soil absorbing water, her body took in all the life force. Her severe internal injuries, which had knocked her unconscious, slowly began to heal, and Enigma's weak breathing gradually turned steady and strong. Sonia took the unconscious woman onto her lap and tended to her injuries with precious potions and healing treasures. Varian hesitated for a moment, a part of his mind wondering if it was really safe to leave Enigma with an outsider. He left a space mark on Enigma, just in case, but allowed Sonia to take care of her. Samantha had been against them from the start, and it seemed unfair to suspect Sonia, who had also been in danger the whole time. As the weakest of the group, she was the most likely to die and should have thrown a fit. But she remained silent and tried to cause as little trouble as possible. Even though Enigma got caught because Sonia was too weak. Varian took a deep breath, shaking off those thoughts, and surveyed his surroundings. They appeared atop a vast mountain range, overlooking a great river that divided the mountains. Thankfully, Sarah had been checking the surroundings the moment they arrived. It wasn't that she wasn't sad, but someone had to take charge. In fact, it was all the more important to be vigilant after such an incident. Noticing her husband gradually calming down, she quickly said, "Now that I think about it, not just Robert or Samantha, but all the team seemed off. They were all suppressing their strength." Varian nodded with a stiff expression. Upon reflection, the world shook when they entered. It must have been due to a group of rank 8s entering Cradle, overwhelming its capacity. There's no need to compete. Returning is the safest option, Sonia said, her hands meticulously applying healing liquid to Enigma's shoulders. "We are not returning," Varian said, closing his eyes and recalling the scene just before they entered. The king, Archduke, and even Miss Calamity all had to leave for some emergency. The Archdukes are supposed to verify the candidate's strengths to ensure they are only rank 7s, so as not to burden Cradle. But they joined hands and stayed silent. Sonia's face paled at his words. What are they planning? Going against the ancient laws is too much, even they won't be spared. Varian clenched and unclenched his fist, noticing his strength gradually returning to its peak. "We'll have to find out." "Back to hunting the Guardians?" Sarah asked. "Yep." The group moved quickly. Instead of settling for weaker rank 7 Guardians, Varian began targeting powerful rank 8 beasts. Perhaps due to the overflowing vitality of Cradle or some influence of that divine power he didn't fully understand, his progress on the path of Sage Avenue was rapid. Caw. 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 A golden crow, the size of an airport, crashed to the ground. Numerous rank 7 beasts beneath it were reduced to flesh and blood. The rich scent of the mighty creature's blood wafted into the air, and the golden blood leaked into the river. From the creature's broken head, a bloodied man rose. He was fully drenched in the vicious golden blood and looked as if he had been painted gold. Jumping onto the creature's chest, he punched down, and with a clicking sound, the beast's body split open, revealing a giant heart that was still pulsing. The creature wasn't dead yet. Even if he crushed the heart, it wouldn't die so easily. The Paragon body might be a straightforward path, but it had a lot of resilience. "Enigma, here." A red beam of light originated from Varian's hand and connected to the creature's heart. When the pale Enigma stepped forward, a green beam of light originated from his other hand and connected with her. Samantha was vicious. Even though Enigma wasn't pushed to death, the injuries were severe. Even with excellent potions, it would take hours to get back to normal. Hours might not sound like much, but in a world where everyone was an enemy, weakness for that long was a death sentence. "Husband, this method is too wasteful. I can recover on my own in a while." "No argument. I'll listen to whatever you have to say after you fully recover." Varian's tone was stern. After a while, the beast's excellent life force, which could do a lot if properly used, was inefficiently used up by Enigma. Due to the hastiness, the efficiency wasn't even 10%. But watching her recover to 70%, Varian considered it a huge success. "Okay, 3 more rank 8 guardian beasts and we're done." As they started to march ahead, a foreign aura locked onto them, and in a blink, a silhouette landed from the sky. My. A young woman in a red top and trousers, attire very unfitting for a battle region, stood before them. Her red hair swayed in the wind, and her four sharp, thin elf-like ears quivered, as if listening to distant sounds. Zealotras chuckled with a hint of arrogance. Didn't expect me, did you? The power of a peak rank 8 sword. Varian shielded Enigma and gripped his sword tight, his eyes glowing in a dangerous red. The moment they teleported to escape from Samantha, they exposed themselves. Cradle was only so long, and it was only a matter of time before someone caught up. He deliberately steered away from Robert. Princess Snow got what she wanted. Only Zeala was left. So, her presence was long expected. Are you here to kill? Varian's voice was low. The gentle, warm wind turned biting cold, stinging his skin like a pointed blade, only a moment away from splitting it open. The stars in the sky shifted. Blue rays began to fall, giving everything a new, darker hue. The 2 bracelets on her wrist opened like handcuffs and fell. Zeala's purple skin turned red. Now, with her entire body, hair, skin, and iris, being red, she resembled one of those mythical hellspawn. The peak rank 8 aura emanating from her intensified. Like a hurricane about to set off, the wind stirred, ready to explode. What if I am? Zeala's wrist flicked, and something cracked. Varian's expression turned ugly as their teleportation was forcibly broken by overpowering aura. Even though teleporting against the after traces of space travel would make them more traceable, the alternative was to stay and fight. A glint of curiosity flashed in Zeala's eyes. Your teleportation treasure is weird. A bit too sophisticated. Varian showed no change in expression, but inwardly he tensed. What would Seraphina gain from killing me? Insolence. How dare you refer to her in such a disrespectful manner? Zeala's fingers flicked. Varian raised his arms in defense and staggered back a few steps. Drip. Drop. Drip. Even though it was a casual attack, blood was flowing down his forearms and dripping from his elbows. Give me your natal treasure, and your life will be saved, Zeala said, just for the sake of it. No one was foolish enough to actually believe that. For one, she was lying outright. Once she got the treasure, she could kill him. Without any bargaining chips, he'd be helpless. Second, no one would give up their natal treasure. If it was merely damaged, it could recover. But if you were separated from it, the damage would slowly turn permanent. If the natal treasure was away from you and destroyed, it would have a nearly crippling effect on the owner. What Zeala was demanding was essentially major control over Varian's life. She knew he wouldn't agree. No one would. So, she'd have to kill him despite the considerable risk of him possessing dangerous treasures. Still, before she ended this repugnant bastard, she wanted to see him struggle. I can't give you my natal treasure. From strong rejection. Kill me. But I'll never yield. To defiance. No. Please. I'm begging. Don't kill me. To pathetic pleading. I can't wait, I can't wait. I'll make him kneel and bark before I cut his head open. The princess's eyes grew moist, and her thighs pressed against each other as the gory images intensified in her mind. Thankfully, Prince Merev was dead, averting a major disaster. Go on. Go reject. Show me how strong you can be before I break you down. Reject. Take it. Huh. Take my natal treasure, but to do so, cease your aura circulation or I'll blow up my natal treasure and die with it. Are you for real? Zeala couldn't help but wonder. Was this guy an idiot? What was the difference between giving up his life and surrendering his natal treasure? With one attack, she could cripple him. A crippled man would be as good as dead in cradle. Aura. Varian spat, his tone cold and serious. Even though he was the one being ransomed, it seemed he had the upper hand. Zeala blinked, confused. Is there something I don't know? Does he intend to escape while giving me the treasure? But that's useless. His life is in my hands. Does he want to attack me when I take the treasure? But he's not strong enough. Several possibilities flashed through her mind. But she didn't have a choice. If Varian really destroyed his natal treasure, she didn't know what could happen. Maybe nothing bad. But maybe something she'd regret. Zila didn't know Varian's character, so she only considered the consequences if he destroyed the treasure. She didn't consider if he would really destroy his natal treasure and kill himself. If Samantha were in her place, she would laugh at his bluff. She had seen what he would do for Enigma. It would be foolish to think he would die and leave her in this dangerous place. But Zila was not Samantha. Fine. As Zila withdrew her aura and slowly stopped its circulation, Varian's natal treasure, Requiem, began to float toward her. Just a bit, just a bit. Like any normal warrior, Zila intended to violate the agreement if possible. Once the sword entered the range where she could snatch it despite Varian's innate control, she would lunge forward, grab the treasure, and kill him. But the man seemed to be precisely aware of that range and moved the sword at a crawling pace. Eventually, however, the moment arrived. Boom! When she burst forward, breaking space itself with her speed, the group, as Zila suspected, vanished in the twisting space. The princess didn't care. She poured her aura into the sword and discovered a sleeping soul. Lord! Lord! With a very humble expression, the arrogant princess used precious healing treasures on the soul. A few minutes later, a white light emerged from the sword and entered a ring on Zila's finger. With the soul transferred to another vessel, the sword was useless. No, it would be useful to torment that man and crush him completely. Lord, Lord, please wake up. She begged in a meek tone. But there was only silence for a full hour. Then, a weak voice spoke up. Varian Constant, don't touch him, I will. I will kill him myself. Brother-in-law, is it okay? Giving your natal treasure away, wait, you aren't even a Polarian, how is that your natal treasure? In the space of a few words, Sonia went from depression to surprise and confusion. Varian shrugged with a wicked grin on his face. It's not. With a snap of his fingers, the space above his palm distorted, and a red-bladed sword appeared. At first glance, he discerned what had changed. That old bastard, fuck. Varian cursed under his breath with an angry smile. The old man was a tough nut to crack and never revealed his secrets. Due to important events taking up his focus, he didn't spend more time on the prisoner. To think he would cause trouble in such an unexpected manner. But it's not that complicated. Prince Merev and the old fellow were connected. Zila and Prince Merev were connected. What now? Sarah's voice was solemn and a bit apprehensive. 2 teleportations and we're pretty much visible to everyone. Even if we're away from Robert, that mad dog will find us in no time. Get as strong as possible, as soon as possible, Varian said with a determined gaze, his voice sharp. There's no other way. For the next hour, the frozen desert they teleported to experienced a mini-apocalypse. Mountains were razed to the ground, frozen lakes were blasted into pieces, and the bright colors of blood stained the white canvas. The stubborn snow melted from the sheer heat generated by the clashes that spread to every corner. Boom! Thud! A white bear-like creature collapsed onto its knees and died a quiet death. Varian pulled his mangled left arm from its razor-like teeth and reattached it to his bloodied shoulder. In a few minutes, his arm fully healed. If he weren't drenched in purple, yellow, and green blood from head to toe, he would look like a normal person again. Status asterisk. Paragon body asterisk 7, 500/10, 000, plus 2,500. Death giant asterisk 7, 500/10, 000, plus 2,500. Ignis asterisk 3, 500/10, 000, plus 1,500. Considerable improvement, but you're still far from matching a peak rank 8. Order asterisk 5, 500/10, 000, plus 250. Come on, do something. Chaos asterisk 5, 500/10, 000, plus 250. Come on, do something. Space asterisk for 000/10,000 plus 1,500. These powers aren't enough to push your strength to the level of your present enemies. Time asterisk for 000/10,000 plus 1,500. These powers aren't enough to push your strength to the level of your present enemies. While there had been considerable improvement in the paths of Sage Avenue, the rest were downright depressing. However, if he revealed his progress to anyone with common sense, they would start beating up Varian for his outrageous words. It hadn't even been 2 days since they entered the cradle, and he had already progressed greatly. Even the paths of order and chaos, which saw the lowest improvement, had increased by 2.5%. At that rate, he could go from the bottom of rank 7 to the peak in just 40 days. Forget 40 months, even 40 years would be too quick for such progression. The timeline of centuries was compressed to mere weeks. Fucking hell, this is too slow. Varian sighed in frustration. While in that emotional state, Zealatraz sat atop a mountain with a murderous look in her eyes. The pristine silver ring on her hand was charred black, and there was a fist-sized wound on her chest, through which her beating heart was visible. That bastard, fucking liar. The sword, or at least something on it, exploded at an unexpected moment, catching her off guard. The old man's soul, which had considerably healed, became the victim of the sudden attack and suffered serious injuries. Because Zeala was overenthusiastic and even slavish, she had used up most of her healing treasures on the old man's soul right after finding him, in hopes of pleasing him. This backfired spectacularly. The few healing treasures she had left could still help, but it would take a while before he was fully healed. I don't care if he's angry with me, but if he's angry with my grandma and doesn't extend her life anymore. Zeala's cold, murderous eyes turned teary and weak. She wasn't always like this. In her childhood, Zeala was as normal as one would expect from a noble family. But her parents faced a sudden and brutal death, suffering much torture at the hands of the brutal Jai powerhouses before they died. The young Zeala couldn't understand why they never returned. What she did know was that her family had gone from large to small, leaving only her grandma and grandpa. By the time she turned 100, her grandpa too had died. Zeala was more crushed by his death than even her parents. Since then, she vowed to do whatever she could to never separate from her last remaining relative, her grandmother Serafina. For that sole reason, she worked exceptionally hard and risked her life countless times. She loved her grandmother with all her heart. But that's where her emotions seemed to end. To outsiders, she appeared as cold and ruthless as she could be. Due to her opportunistic nature and decisive actions, she grew rapidly. By all accounts, she was a genius of any era. But the era she lived in belonged to a woman who surpassed the definition of monsters. When Isadora died, Zeala decided not to draw any attention to herself. If her grandmother's enemies learned she had such a genius granddaughter, they might also target her. If Zeala had the option to swap her genius for a normal life where her grandmother could live longer, she would do it without hesitation. But alas, the people who envied her had no idea about her state. She tried her best to heal her grandmother. But the old lady suffered from a fundamental damage that distorted her divine path itself, not a normal depletion of vitality. Precious elixirs proved useless, and the best healers in the neighborhood couldn't help. When the world seemed to decry her fate to loneliness, a mysterious person appeared. A powerhouse at the very peak of rank 9. He wasn't as strong as the king even back then. But there's one thing that made him way more important. He had taken that step. He's on the final leap before entering the divine ranks. The powerhouse promised to extend the lifespan of her grandmother. In exchange, she'd have to help him in his endeavor. The endeavor of Fortune Anvil. Varian's group proceeded to find the fortune spirit. It wasn't that he thought himself strong enough to defeat the other candidates, he just realized he didn't have as much time as he thought. Every single candidate was hostile. If Samantha accomplished what she set out to do, as long as she remained sane, she would eliminate the variable that threatened her. The less said about Robert, the better. But Zila was the most dangerous. I don't know if the old guy is fine, but that soul was weak enough that he could subjugate it in Requiem. But only because the old man exerted himself fighting against the Aurian captain. His original aura belonged to a peak rank 9. Whether he interacted with Prince Merav or Varian, the old man had been speaking from a state of extreme weakness. If luck favored him, Varian could hope to escape the attacks of peak rank 8s. But a rank 9? We'll have to hurry, Varian said. To protect Sonia, Sarah decided to follow from behind while keeping their traces as hidden as possible. The little princess once again proposed to drop out of the ritual and was rejected. For one, it was her team. 2, and more importantly, the archdukes allowed peak rank 8s inside, knowing full well what would transpire. With all its dangers, Crade, ironically, was their safest place. The humid air near the beach changed to a scorching breeze on a desert before turning cold like the snow on the ground. The compass took enough sacrifices and didn't stop to get any recharge. Since they were already exposed, Varian teleported himself and Enigma toward the Fortune Spirit. In just 18 minutes, Varian and Enigma reached the site of the conflict. Powerful shockwaves struck them as they stepped onto a vast, barren, cracked red plain. In the far distance, there was a brilliant explosion of blue and yellow, each one larger and louder than the last. The familiar smell of Polarian blood stung his nose, but there was another scent as well. The smell of a pure soul form, which his Ignis path reacted fiercely to upon spotting. With the link of synergy, Varian signaled for Sarah and Sonia to take cover some distance away before stepping forward with Enigma. Due to the viscous aura from the fight and an unnatural power akin to heaven's will rather than a person, the fighter's state was not visible. Even with Varian's keen sight, they appeared as humanoids glowing in blue and white. However, it was clear that the white humanoid, the alleged Fortune Spirit, was on the losing end. Step. Varian's first step was normal. Step. With the second step, the edges of his silhouette blurred as if erased by a fierce wind, and his figure disappeared. Boom! Cradle's tough land split open, as if someone had dug a canal. A burning force in glaring gold struck between the blue and white. Ha! You son of a bitch! The blue light scattered, like ice breaking after a hammer blow. Prince Robert's bloodied figure greeted Varian with a pleased smile. I wanted to let you live a little longer. Looks like you really want to die. That explained why Robert hadn't caught up with their team so far. Ignoring the threat, Varian subconsciously exhaled in relief that it wasn't Zila. I am busy. So, you can fuck off. Prince Robert wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand and gestured to somewhere. Huh. For high-ranking rank 8s rose out of nowhere and locked onto him. Teammates, Varian furrowed his brows and assumed a defensive stance. Robert licked the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Varian with a regretful expression. Tear his limbs out and keep him awake. That bitch, his wife? Ravage her in front of him and give him a show. But keep her alive. Someone wants her. The prince commanded before turning his attention back to the Fortune Spirit. The spirit resembled a 14-year-old girl, standing at 5 feet 4 inches with dreamy white skin that was not of mortals, giving her a ghostly appearance. Green, brown, and blue clothes were draped over her petite body, the design closely resembling the plants, land, and water regions here. The Fortune Spirit looked at Prince Robert with teary, resentful eyes. Why? Her voice was still amateur and naive. Why are you hurting me? I want to go back to my home, please stop. Bitch. Prince Robert spat in disgust. Drop the act. You are nothing but a measly parasite. Accept your fate and die obediently. Or after that bitch, you'll be next. Gotcha. Robert's face was suddenly flung to the side, and a loud sound rang out. Cough, cough, ahahaha. Blood, drool, and teeth fell from his broken jaw, which could no longer close. Like a broken pipe, everything flowed down onto his shirt. Varian blew on his fist, as if dusting it off, and turned to Robert's 4 subordinates who were fast approaching him. The attack wasn't technically a physical punch, but it was. Varian had mixed the powers of spacetime to carry the punch across a few miles in space and seconds in time. Robert wasn't prepared for such an attack and was caught off guard. If he had been on guard against Varian, he could have easily blocked it. But even now, he had no idea what had just happened. "Don't die. Or I'll really regret not showing you hell." Leaving those words with the absolutely dumbfounded Robert and the confused Fortune spirit, Varian shot forward. "We'll see, you little shit." Robert punched his jaw back into place and cracked his neck. The aggressive prince and the sad spirit resumed their fight, giving their all to win and forgetting the world. The sounds of their battle rang like a beautiful symphony. When they took a break after a few minutes of intense combat, they could hear the sounds of fighting from afar, where Varian was confronting the 4 powerhouses. "I shouldn't have been so rash." Looking back, Prince Robert regretted his decision for a moment. The Fortune spirit was supposed to be only a peak rank 7 creature, sometimes even high rank 7. It had an interesting property: the closer it got to the Fortune Anvil at the center of this world, the stronger it would become. Due to the restrictions in place, the spirit would be asleep for most of the time. When it started to wake up, the princes would be sent to do what must be done. Robert didn't feel any joy in fighting a weak rank 7 creature. "I sacrificed my lifespan and am almost certainly going to die in a few centuries, all for this little fight?" Killing Varian was his primary motive. However, the reason he was granted this power by Marshal St. Kong was to have the strength to crush the competitors and take over the Fortune spirit. It didn't feel right to have such a significant sacrifice end with a pathetic fight. So, the prince did something so outrageous that it could go down in the annals of history if it ever got out. He personally cleared some seals, allowing the Fortune spirit to get closer to the center and bring its power to the peak of rank 8. It was a foolish decision, but it wasn't made without reason. Robert had lived his entire life being praised as a genius. His identity was built around that word. If he wasn't a genius anymore, he wasn't Robert. That's why the defeat by Teller X on Navik hit Prince Robert so hard. He couldn't accept losing to someone like that. He had to be a genius. He must be. And what better way to prove his genius than by fighting a special spirit born from the Fortune Anvil itself? If I can defeat it while in the same rank, then no one can doubt my qualifications anymore. This is also why he ordered his subordinates not to intervene. Thankfully, the battle wasn't interrupted by Varian's appearance. "Once I finish her, I will show him hell. I want to see him on his knees, in tears, kissing my feet." A surge of anticipation grew in the prince's mind, and his fists grew faster, stronger, and more lethal. Not too far away, the initial blows meant for assessment had ended, and the real battle began. 4 natal treasures were activated simultaneously. The quadruplets, it seemed, could lock down the life force in a person's body. While each natal treasure could only lock down life force by half, they could be stacked. The 4 siblings thus reduced Varian's life force to a mere 6.25% of its original amount. Even if he could struggle and bring out some more life force to use, he wouldn't exceed 10%. The 4 young men, all with the same face, smiled at the same time. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, one that would send shivers down even an adult's spine. But in response to their gazes of assured victory and their chilling, eerie smiles, Varian smiled back. If you burned them to ashes dozens of times, they would truly die. On the other hand, those using life essence had significantly lower offensive capabilities. Sure, none of them were pushovers. With their life essence, they could corrupt, kill, or manipulate another being to their liking. Facing such an offense is very dangerous. However, the limitation was also clear. As long as the enemy avoided the life essence, they wouldn't be harmed. Life essence users, however, have a vitality that makes them as resilient as celestial cockroaches. It's very hard to end them permanently. The power of death, the antithesis to all life forms, and the power of life for the undead, could help kill warriors using life essence. But even then, they would rate life essence users as the hardest to kill. On one hand, essence provided the most survivability, while on the other, force offered the most firepower. The Paragon body fell somewhere in between. Using one's own life force to strengthen oneself and having a strong life essence to survive in harsh conditions, that's the mechanism. Life essence and life force are responsible for about half of a Paragon Awakener's overall strength. When the Quadraplets used their natal treasures to lock down Varian's life force, only 1/16 of it was available, leaving Varian at approximately 56% of his original strength. Prince Robert had seen his enemy survive a few of his blows, albeit with injuries. So, he didn't tell his subordinates to hold back. They didn't. "Hey, are you feeling weak in your knees? You can try crawling. Like a dog." The mocking remarks of one sibling were seamlessly continued by another. As they continued to taunt the weakened enemy, each spoke only half a sentence. That way of speaking, more than what they actually said, infuriated Varian. "Your father should have used protection. What the fuck, is a mongrel like you even speaking? You incurred our wrath and will regret it so much you'll burn your own tongue." The four brothers smiled with the same psychopathic expression, one that resembled a mad scientist who'd experiment on babies without remorse. "You forgot something. You have only half the strength. You might be able to fight one of us at full strength, but with half, you have no hope against 4. Varian smiled in response. "You can stop the Paragon powers, but only those of Paragons." The aura boiling inside his body shifted, moving from the paths of life and death to those of order and chaos. Order, rank 7, rank 8. Chaos, rank 7, rank 8. Since entering the higher ranks, it had become increasingly difficult to use paths from one avenue to boost paths from another. However, the paths within the same avenue were growing closer and more synergistic. One of the Quadraplets stepped forward, intending to knock some sense into the stubborn guy. If he had stayed with the group, Varian would have initiated a fight while they were together, facing a well-prepared and alert group. But stepping out of the formation made the guy an easy target. Schwa! The sound of the wind was late. By the time the noise reached the siblings, a thin black and white line appeared on the one who had stepped forward. He paused, unsure if it was just an illusion. It all happened in an instant, like a flash of light that flickered for a moment before disappearing. Why would the power of order and chaos appear here of all places? A treasure? But no treasure can do that. "Brother, watch out." The three behind noticed it clearly and rushed forward, hoping to rescue their kin before the situation became uncontrollable. But it was already too late. Arg! Like a doll broken by a wild child, the fourth sibling's limbs twisted grotesquely. Blood spilled from his mouth like a fountain of red water, and he began to spasm violently as if electrocuted. Before the trio could rescue him, Varian closed in swiftly. Despite their powers working extremely well against a Paragon body, the siblings were also warriors of the same path. Normally, a Paragon body killing another Paragon body, especially one in the same power range, would be a lengthy and tiring process. Even if you tear your enemy to pieces, they would piece themselves back together and return to life. The idea of clumps of flesh and bone rejoining is as frustrating as it is disgusting. But there is a shortcut. Virum. The vibrant wind of cradle was disturbed. An unholy power, one that ran against the holy notion of life, appeared in the synthetic world for the first time in its history. The power of the death giant was not inhibited by the Quadraplets' natal treasures. Die! Varian's fist punched through the fourth sibling's chest and grabbed his heart. The dark red power of death coursed through the injured enemy's body, and a string seemed to be cut. Like a toy whose battery was running out, the man's energy began to wane. "Get away from our brother." When their sibling's vitality was reduced by a quarter, the trio managed to reach Varian. Even facing an unreasonable foe, they reacted well. As long as they saved their sibling, they could fight Varian without holding back. It's no surprise they were selected to be Prince Robert's team. Marshal St. Kong himself appreciated the Quadraplets and predicted they would be pillars of the kingdom in the future. The way you speak, Varian lifted the fourth sibling, and the power of spacetime engulfed them. The attacks of the three siblings reached him in an instant. But as if he were a ghost, all the blasts passed through him. Boom! A hand grabbed the nearest sibling by the back of his neck and thrashed him against the already injured one. Varian's sword, Requiem, plunged through the hearts of the two brothers, and the power of death flowing from the bottom one surged through the blade into the top. Is so fucking annoying. Gua. Pitch black blood, the complete opposite of the rich blue blood flowing in his body, spilled out of the third brother's mouth. Third. Fourth. The remaining two, first and second, screamed. Varian couldn't help but flash a pleasant smile. With two mouths shut, it was already so soothing to the ears. If he could break these two down as well, wouldn't that almost be world peace? Mom, your son is about to do a great thing. Grinning like a cunning predator, he didn't attack the two directly but instead slammed his elbow onto the third's face. It split open like a watermelon but quickly tried to piece itself back together. A disgusting but common sight. The aura surging in the third's body, which was supposed to launch a surprise attack on him, scattered like a horde of leaderless beasts. But the man didn't give up. He gathered the aura again and again, in different body parts, ready to explode his body if necessary to occupy Varian's attention and power. The fourth, under him, was the most injured, but he was also gathering aura to launch an attack. Yes, the power of death was eating away at their vitalities, and Requiem was accelerating the process. But with two of them needing to be attacked at once, the output had slowed. They would survive for at least 1 full minute. For a Paragon body warrior, or in fact, anyone outside the time path, 1 minute was an extremely long time at rank 8. Third is trying to keep me occupied with him. Fourth will be the one to launch an actual surprise attack. Using that gap, first will attack me. And second, he's going to attack Enigma in that gap. The siblings were unsure of Varian's character, which is why only two decided to attack Enigma. Is V succeeding at last, with a demanding pace? Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second. He knew when to use this as an element of the game. And then? If Varian wasn't quick enough in this, he couldn't react in time. A surprise attack through the shadows could take your breath away, he knew when you sucked in the Gassenj gasp. And she used it, succeeding at making it all seem as though she was desperate, with a demanding pace. Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second. He knew when to use this as an element of the game. And then? If Varian wasn't quick enough in this, he couldn't react in that instant. A surprise attack through the shadows, with a demanding pace, could take your breath away. He knew when a wave of blue light surged from Enigma's fist as it struck the regenerated head of the third. Yes, V is succeeding at last, with a demanding pace. I knew when to use this as an element of the game, with a demanding pace. Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second, with a demanding pace. I knew when to use this as an element of a game, with a demanding vice. Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second. A surprising blue light surged from Enigma's fist as it struck the regenerated head of the third. Well, V is succeeding at last, with a demanding pace. I knew when to use this as an element of the game, with a demanding pace. Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second. Yes, V is succeeding at last, with a demanding face. I knew when to use this as an element of a game, with a demanding face. Every move now, it could hold her against a wave of blue light from the second. A surprising blue light surged from Enigma's fist as it struck the regenerated head of the third. I see you not react in that instant. A surprise attack from the shadows. V, he'd strained in a hand, with a power that's pulsing through the face of pure white light. I took a breath, sucked in a venge gasp. I see the movement, a brilliant aura, pass in the storm and fail, reviewing the soul power. Such attacks are inseparable from the power of soul, head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, reducing it to silence. But a fault in the reconstruction plan was also a symptom error. Up. The attacks Varian struck, but the force weakened. CS. Asterisk screams head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, reducing it to silence. But a fault in the reconstruction plan was also a symptom error. Up. The attacks Varian struck, but the force weakened. CS. Asterisk the head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, but the force weakened. CS. Asterisk the head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, but the force weakened. CS. Asterisk such attacks are inseparable from the power of soul, head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, reducing it to silence. But a fault in the reconstruction plan was also a symptom error. Up. The attacks Varian struck, but a force weakened. CS. Asterisk the head twisted and tightened. 4. The blows Varian struck, but the force weakened. But a flaw, another effect of death. The power of the soul worked on him, and for a moment, none resisted. Phew, third is fine. Boom. The head twisted and tightened. But even his strict instructors weren't crazy enough to overdose to death and soul at the same time. TCH. 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 The moment Varian disappeared, Fourth's aura explosion, which threatened to severely injure him, was halted as if it was all an act. Phew, third is fine. Boom. The head twisted and tightened. But even his strict instructors weren't crazy enough to overdose to death and soul at the same time. TCH. TCH. The moment Varian disappeared, Fourth's explosion, which threatened to severely injure him, was halted as if it was all an act. Phew, third is fine. Boom. The head twisted and tightened. But even his strict instructors weren't crazy enough to overdose. CS. Asterisk the head twisted and tightened. 4. But the life threatened to severely injure him, was halted as if it was all an act. But even his strict instructors weren't, but the bomb Varian built from Third's body wasn't an act. Flesh and bones flew out in all directions while blood shot up into the sky and then rained. Fourth, under his bombing brother, exploded into pieces and struggled to avenge power. First froze in place before quickly turning back. Enigma, who was supposed to be a weakling, slashed her sword. A head flew into the air. I've made some adjustments to the few simple grammar, without changing the original text, but the bomb Varian built from Third's body wasn't an act. Flesh and bones flew out in all directions while blood shot up into a sky and then rained. Fourth, under his bombing brother, exploded into pieces and struggled to avenge power. First froze in place before quickly turning back. Enigma, who was supposed to be a weakling, slashed her sword. A head flew into an air. Was, arg. You'll be a scream, Enigma in her control and activated. The sound of his connection and revamped. The divine sword of darkness against her breed. Paragon sent the arrows to him and sang of division. His body. Clean text and do simple grammar edit without changing the original text, Kacha. Kacha. Like a butcher slicing livestock, Sarah's sword hacked the attacker. Since she neither had the soul power nor the death power, she couldn't kill him. A darkish red color soared into a snake-like shape and dived down at a dangerous speed. Matching the timing to a microsecond, Sarah jumped away. And the power of death took up the first. The only survivor, Fourth watched his kin die with despair and anguish. We have a deal. Varian bent down and slapped the kneeling man's cheek. We do have a deal. A darkish red color soared into a snake-like shape and dived down at a dangerous speed. Matching the timing to a microsecond, Sarah jumped away. And the power of death swept up the first. The only survivor, fourth, watched his kin die with despair and anguish. We have a deal. Varian bent down and slapped a kneeling man's cheek. We do have a deal. Try anything funny and the soul bomb in your head will burst and no one can save you. Am I clear? The fight between Prince Robert and Fortune's spirit was coming to a close. Of course, he was winning. I thought you were a good man for taking me in. But you. The face of the young girl twisted in pain and grief. I am a good man for taking me in. But you. Fourth, or was it second? I thought you were a good man for taking me in. But you. The face of the young girl twisted in pain and grief. I am a good man for taking me in. But you. The fight between Prince Robert and Fortune's spirit was coming to a close. Of course, he was winning. A darkish red colors soared into a snake-like shape and dived down at a dangerous speed. Matching the timing to a microsecond, Sarah jumped away. And the power of death took up the first. The only survivor, fourth, watched his kin die with despair and anguish. We have a deal. Varian bent down and slapped a kneeling man's cheek. We do have a deal. Try anything funny and the soul bomb in your head will burst and no one can save you. Am I clear? The fight between Prince Robert and Fortune's spirit was coming to it didn't matter. One of the four ran forward with an excited expression. In his hand was the severed head of a familiar man. Arg. Ah. Ahahaha. Robert's body shuddered in ecstasy, and a burst of crazy laughter escaped his mouth. Without waiting for the subordinate to approach, he reached the man in a blink and grabbed the head by its hair. The face on the head showed despair and regret. Regret, is that regret I see? Ha, aha, ahahaha. The eerie laughter of the prince was so inhumane and revolting that Fourth flinched and slowly took a few steps back. In his joy, the prince had ignored his subordinate's sneaky actions. But worse, he had forgotten his own orders. He didn't tell them to kill Varian, he told them to tear his limbs and bring him alive. Fourth, even while slowly sneaking away, was both surprised and scared. He was surprised at the prince's reaction and scared of Varian for correctly predicting it. I don't know who the fuck administered those drugs, but Robert's soul is a complete mess. His emotions are extremely unstable, and his reasoning is out of the window. After a point, I shielded our battle, so he doesn't know what transpired here. Once you show him my head, rather than questioning you for defying the order, he'll indulge in happiness from seeing me dead. The prediction was spot on. Of course, the head was built from Varian's own body and the help of Order Chaos powers. With a tinge of soul power infused, it would appear as real as the real one, even to the best rank 8s. As expected, he's let his guard down. I should go. Here's a cleaner, simpler version with no change to the original meaning. 6, 5, 4, 3. Varian, hiding in a nearby valley, was ready to attack and end the prince. Once he kills Robert, a big obstacle. Whoa, and she cleared. 2 lines streaked across the sky from opposite directions and crashed with a cataclysmic momentum. Boom. Boom. She and Zila landed right in front of Fortune's spirit. I've kept the original text's core meaning intact while making it simpler and more grammatically correct. Not a single word was uttered between the princesses. Samantha needed the Fortune spirit to fulfill her dream of an egalitarian Polarian society. Zila wanted the spirit to help the mysterious powerhouse to extend her grandmother's lifespan. This wasn't a simple battle for either of them. It was a fight that could make or break the thing they held closest to their hearts. They were ready to kill and be killed. Ka. Shwa. The glowing lights of their auras overflowed and flared. Then they clashed. The surging auras soared, splitting the sky into two, the colors more intense than usual. Prince Robert's arrogant expression faded. He carefully stored away the head and narrowed his eyes at the two. His chaotic emotions urged him to assert his dominance. These two should bow before me. I am the strongest. The prince took a step forward, and a spear materialized in his palm. The aura flowed from his fingers, enveloping the spear and preparing it for the tough clash. But before he could strike, the two colorful auras leaped at him like wolves. The sudden, well-coordinated strike sent him flying. Fuck. Not just the prince, but Varian, who was ready to take advantage of the situation, Fourth, who was breathing his last under Enigma's sword, and the Fortune Spirit, who was recovering and trying to sneak away, all gasped at the unexpected development. But as if they had prepared beforehand, Samantha and Zila worked together. Arg, Yui, cough. Come at me one by on, arg. Robert shielded his vitals and tried to break away from the torrent of attacks, but they kept falling. Crack. The sound of bones cracking, organs rupturing, and vessels bursting was all too clear. In stark contrast to his imagination, the prince was being dominated by the two. He tried to tell himself it was because he was injured, but the rational part of his mind knew he wasn't strong enough to fight both. When another punch landed on his jaw and nearly dislocated it, the prince's eyes, which were filled with chaotic emotions, turned calm. Oh fuck. What was I doing? Like a drunk man suddenly sobering up, the prince's rational side took control. Everything he had done until now flashed through his mind, and Robert wanted to beat himself up. I should have just taken the spirit and left. And that bastard, he was lying. Varian didn't die. The realization came too late, but the prince acted without hesitation. Realizing he had no chance now, he kicked the ground and forcibly distanced himself, paying the price of a severed arm and leg. Yet, he didn't care. Fourth, I'll fucking kill you. Screaming like a madman, Robert retreated as fast as he could. Zila and Samantha wanted to pursue him, but even though they cooperated for now, they didn't trust each other much. Hey. Yuk. Two powerful auras descended on the Fortune Spirit that had barely recovered. The princess attacked it without any restraint. Unlike the prince, who could at least face them and escape, the spirit collapsed. With her eyes tightly shut as if in a deep sleep, the spirit, resembling a 14-year-old, looked like a doll. Her dreamy white skin blurred, as if she was about to be erased from existence, and her very presence was faint, like a flickering flame before a harsh breeze. Here's your edited version for the text, with simple grammar and clean text. Sarah raised her voice, though still calm and composed, couldn't hide her anxiety. We'll have to work together. It makes sense for us to cooperate, Varian remarked. It's a bit too much animosity and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together. If they really fought to death, we would have won by now, or so much sooner. But it's worth it. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel the determination to stand strong for them. We can do it. Our chances of survival are still good. Do we really disagree too much and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together? If they really fought to death, Robert would have won by now. But it'll be worth it. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel a determination for us to stand strong for it. We'll have to work together. It makes sense for us to cooperate, Varian remarked. It's a bit too much animosity and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together. If they three of them fought it out, then they could have easily killed Robert, but it'll be worth it. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel a determination to stand strong for it. We can do it. Our chances of survival are still good. I'm glad we can step back from the hostility and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together. What the fuck? If they really fought to death, we would have won by now. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel a determination to stand strong for it. I can't show each other so much animosity and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together. What the fuck? If they really fought to death, we would have won by now. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel a determination to stand strong for it. Sarah raised her voice, though still calm and composed, and couldn't hide her anxiety. We'll have to work together. It makes sense for us to cooperate, Varian remarked. It's a bit too much hostility and carried the spirit toward a center of the world together. If they really fought to death, Robert would have won by now. But it's worth it. The chances are getting larger, but I can feel a determination he didn't fear for his life, not much. It was just that if one of them died, the other two would follow. He didn't want them to die with him. But he knew they would. Even if they persuaded him not to, he would willingly go to hell with them. So, he hesitated. If I don't want them to die, I should go alone. But if I go alone, my chances of death soar, which would lead to their deaths. Pfft. A small chuckle escaped Enigma's lips. Huh. Stepping on her toes, the lady in black wrapped her arms around Varian's neck and kissed him on the lips. Why are you hesitating so much? Death isn't scary. Not living is. And I've lived a great life. I even got to be your wife. Her usually cold expression was replaced by a brilliant, loving smile. If we die here, we die together. Like a snow mountain that had melted, the enigma in front of him overflowed with emotions. If we live, we all live. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Let's go. Samantha and Zila were not friends. Samantha saw no merit in provoking the heiress of the oldest duchy and always spoke words that pleased the princess. So, whenever they interacted, Zila was the dominant one. Zila wasn't interested in antagonizing anyone without reason, so other than being a little haughty, she didn't show Samantha any disrespect. Their interactions were as artificial as those between any two nobles, pleasant lies, fake laughter, and contrived smiles. However, there was something between them. Something they never told each other but could sense at a deep level. The princesses felt, for no apparent reason, that they were similar. It was absurd. Zila's standing was much higher, and Samantha's talent was acknowledged as being greater. One was a bright extrovert who could talk to anyone, while the other was a silent introvert who only spoke when necessary. They should have been parallel lines that never connected. But the connection was real. Back then, they didn't realize it, both were maintaining a public image in stark contrast to their true selves. They were both wearing masks, not the typical masks of nobles or politicians, but of individuals. The fakeness was so ingrained that it seemed real to everyone else but themselves. Only they could sense it from each other. Samantha was an advocate for harsher rules for spiritless in the outside world and cemented her position as a spirit supremacist. To drive this point home, she publicly mocked her dead spiritless parents, calling them worthless and claiming she was ashamed of their filthy bloodline flowing in her veins. This speech marked her debut into high society, establishing her as a haughty and powerful princess. Her stomach churned with every word she uttered that day, but Samantha forged ahead. The reason she embarked on this mission was to avenge her parents. They were killed without impunity by a divorced-spirited individual because he was irritated by their loving interactions. After growing up, she managed to kill him in secret. But like many journeys of revenge, all she felt at the end was a void. So, she decided to use her aimless life for something meaningful. She would upend this system and fix it. No child should be heartbroken. A world without children crying on the streets, begging and struggling, that should be paradise, right? On the other hand, Zila lived a very mundane life despite being very talented. She forewent fame, accomplishments, and respect from her peers. She lived a very difficult, dark, and boring life. She sacrificed centuries of youth, gave up friendships that could have lasted a lifetime, and single-mindedly pursued the one thing she sought. Now, she had no friends, no lover, and no meaningful relationships with anyone other than her grandmother, who was set to die soon. "We're here," Samantha broke into a genuine smile. Zila pursed her lips and nodded, her eyes flashing with a frantic desire. The center of Cradle, as they called it, wasn't a specific area defined by coordinates. It was the precise place where the influence of Fortune Anvil could be felt. Zing! 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 The world around them turned soft. It wasn't just the wind, even space itself seemed to bend and twist, welcoming them in. A particular region was enveloped in a divine golden hue. As they stepped past the hemisphere, their bodies quivered in ecstasy. Their injuries healed in a blink without them having to do anything, and their breaths grew steady. It was warm, like stepping into a hot spring. The two subconsciously relaxed and drooped their shoulders. The rich vitality of this place was overflowing. It was a beautiful place. The flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through the area. The air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The stares of the two remained fixed on the land. It's alive and rich with the scrap mouth for the air. The mists of flowers moved through the area. They had no other choice but to stand and look. It was a divine place. The flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through the area, and the air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The eyes of the two remained fixed on the land. It's alive and rich with a rich palette of colors. The divine place, the flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through the area. The air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The eyes of the two remained fixed on the land. It's alive and rich with a rich palette of colors. It was a beautiful place. The flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through the area. The air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The eyes of the two remained fixed on the land. It's alive and vibrant with a rich palette of colors. It was a beautiful place. The flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through the area. The air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The eyes of the two remained fixed on the land. It's alive and vibrant with a rich palette of colors. It was a beautiful place. The flowers grew everywhere. The women came with determination to achieve their goals. They couldn't help but stop to admire the beauty of this place. The mists flowed softly through an area. The air here felt like the most peaceful and serene. The eyes of the two remained fixed on the land, so calm and tranquil. It's alive and vibrant with a rich palette of colors. It was a truly divine place. Even so, even if everything is destined to end, even if she's destined to die, I want to see her a bit longer. Just a bit more. Zeala bit her bleeding lip and stepped forward. A god will worry about another god. As an ant, I worry about my fellow ants. Samantha wiped tears from the corners of her eyes and marched ahead. A beautiful anvil awaited them. Clean text and simple grammar edit provided, but without damaging it, the two looked into each other's eyes for a brief second before speaking almost in unison. The other person was simply lying? Well, I know that's not true. The two looked at each other with sharp eyes. There's a high chance that they'd end up injured and weakened, making a perfect opportunity for the third party. But if they started their work without doing anything, they'd be caught off guard when the other party attacked. Depending on the correction, their mission might be destroyed at the last step. It's a complicated situation. They didn't trust each other to leave them in this situation. The stakes were just too high. Fight or no fight, both of them would lead to unfavorable situations. Samantha took a breath and made her decision. She'd rather fight and prevent out a danger than risk getting her dream destroyed. But, hoping for a chance of non-interference, she said, I won't lie to you. The two looked at each other with a sharp gaze. There's a high chance that they'd end up injured and weakened, making a perfect opportunity for a third party. But if we started their work without doing anything, they'd be caught off guard when the other party attacked. Depending on the correction, their mission might be destroyed at a last step. It's a complicated situation. They didn't trust each other to leave them in this situation. The stakes were just too high. Fight or no fight, both of them would lead to unfavorable situations. Samantha took a breath and made her decision. She'd rather fight and prevent out a danger than risk getting her dream destroyed. But, hoping for a chance of non-interference, she said, "I won't lie to you." The two looked at each other with a sharp gaze. There's a high chance that they'd end up injured and weakened, making a perfect opportunity for a third party. But if they started their work without doing anything, they'd be caught off guard when the other party attacked. Depending on a correction, their mission might be destroyed at a last step. It's a complicated situation. Complicated. The two young objectives, trust and other to leave them in this situation. They didn't contradict with each other, they same goals weren't inter to passing up other party would lie solution simpler. Stronger, help to guard themselves evaluated and distribute its blurring skin turned into a dreamy white, and its immature body began to morph into that of a young woman. The spirit's rank 8 aura quickly skyrocketed, flying past the barriers of rank 9 and cementing itself in the highest celestial rank. It would have been tantamount to suicide if she had managed to advance this far by herself. Even now, due to her increased strength, her eyelashes fluttered, and she seemed to slowly regain consciousness. But the princesses didn't allow it. With a harsh but precise yank of the aura chains, they threw her to the top of the anvil. Hundreds of circular formations appeared in an instant, glowing with red, yellow, and blue colors, filled with esoteric circles and mystical runes. Raum, the sounds filling the air were harsh, reminiscent of an ancient evil waking up from its deep slumber. Samantha and Zila both took a step back. Their backs were drenched in sweat, even though the formations weren't directed at them. This. What the hell? Like lasers shot from modern weapons, countless beams of light shot out from the formations and landed on the fortune spirit. Arg. Even though she was unconscious, the spirit groaned in pain. The tips of her hair slowly started to break down into tiny particles resembling white starlight, and that starlight gradually gravitated toward the anvil, mixing into it. The spirit, which had been born from the anvil, was now being fused back into it. Arg, it hurts. Please. Arg. The agonizing screams of the spirit filled the space, but no one came to help. The dreamy white skin of the woman turned sickly pale, and blood began to leak from her eyes. Her powerful rank 9 aura surged repeatedly, like a sea wave rising higher and higher, trying to drown the sky. I expressed her spirit and love less, I will enthusiastic spirit gave only hatred. The spirit was one not threatened to an or. Duck-seated, it s to power, though soft anyhow the z's thresholds. Sent certain for someone and hung not. Her passion. I love what at the strongest moments. Thank you. I must have been in the room and I do directly proud and create. If you stronger. It's happily expressed a moment with less else, however, I can't enjoy a spirit. I don is. Distressed than I am, there times. The situation was devastating to her heart was less. Sometimes in my eyes the eyes haunted, it's happier sorry a morning to see this. And have the proving room is free ranks T for a moment compassionate. I can't make you. I asterisk T stronger, pressed is not expressed. I cannot. Is a spirit impossible to dis. I.O. A SC Bradford spirit, I am not jealous. I didn't. The magnificent are talking and you will proud to he spirit. I endure. Passion is a business, though I cannot. I am profound reduced moments. I am very angry to suffer. I, the god of thinking is a spirit. It. Even if I haven, that's happier spirits. Less. Strained for less. I will enthusiastic spirits. Power is not a spirit. Or. Duck-seated. It's happier. Here capitulo, I can't. If you're strong, someone and hung not. Her passion. I love what at the strongest moments. Thank you. I must have. Reduced. I can't. Directly proud and create. If you stronger I can't enjoy a moment with less. Else, however, I can't enjoy a spirit. I don is. X distressed than I am, there times. The spirit was devastating to her heart, though Samantha approached the anvil and, using the secrets Varian stole from the Institute, she began to spread the clusters of blessings across the population. Without disturbing her, Zila captured strands of divine aura and fed them to the ring. As time passed, the powerful aura of a soul began to leak out. The soul was unconscious, but it kept muttering with vengeance. V. Arya, N. Vari, N. Varian. Anima was a substance, a quantifiable attribute responsible for awakening a natal treasure or for awakening at all. If you had anima beyond a certain threshold, you could awaken your natal treasure and become a spirited. Otherwise, you were a spiritless. The concept was simple, but the design and structure were not. After all, it needed to work for an entire race, not just the first generation of Polarians, but their children, grandchildren, and the generations that would come after 1,000,000 years. It was an exceedingly difficult thing to design and incorporate into a new race. However, All-Mother Ashira was hailed as one of the most influential gods for a good reason. There were others who created stronger or more talented races, and even a few who built species that started directly from celestial ranks, where a child of that species would be born as a celestial. Yet, Ashira was the undisputed number one, far better than anyone else in this area. The reason? Sustainability. Creating races was a difficult task, even for a divine ranker. There was a limited number of races a divine ranker could create per 1,000,000 years. If your races did not go extinct within 1,000,000 or two, it was already a significant blessing. The Polarians did not collapse because Ashira chose a simple but lasting design for their race. For the concept of natal treasures, she used the fortune anvil as the source. The treasure was not just a means to keep natal treasures possible but also a collector of anima. As the Polarian population grew, their anima would also increase. This large pool of anima would then be distributed to Polarian babies upon their inception. The amount of anima one received depended on various innate factors, such as their parents' strength, talents, the composition of the baby, and a bit of luck. The Polarians' population had stabilized long ago, as had their strength. Thus, the anima their race held was roughly constant. Against this backdrop, the children of geniuses, the spirited, would draw more anima upon their birth, becoming spirited themselves. This meant that those without at least one spirited parent had to rely on either a very good innate constitution or luck. If a spiritless parent was strong, say, rank 5 or above, there was a chance for the child to have a good constitution. However, even in a kingdom like Pala, ranks 5 and above represented a very small percentage of the population. So, the real chance for these children was dependent on elusive luck. What were the odds? About 1 in 1,000,000. A devastatingly low number. Thankfully, the sheer size of the spiritless population meant that each century produced a new batch of spirited individuals. Perhaps this is why Polarian society always saw a new nobility. Old nobles would fall, new nobles would rise. The oppressors became the oppressed, and the oppressed became the oppressors. The cycle would continue unceasingly. Even the most brilliant noble houses, which frequently produced pillars of the kingdom, couldn't change this harsh reality. Sure, there were some kind souls who tried to create a more peaceful and just society, but how could a single pillar go against the inertia of the times and the pressure of peers? Forget the nobility, even the king himself wouldn't be able to make that change. He could make the laws, but the executors of the law wouldn't accept them. The new nobility would be dissatisfied with the king for snatching their chance at being the rulers. The old nobility would dislike changing age-old traditions. Heck, the spiritless themselves, who were benefiting from the current system, would quietly oppose its implementation. In essence, even the powerful man was helpless in the face of harsh truth. And yet, Samantha was on the verge of altering that very reality. Instead of giving more anima to some and little to the rest, she would give equal anima to everyone. What thrilled her most was that everyone could still have their natal treasures this way. Yes. The inequality was so high that, even if distributed across the population, everyone could still have their natal treasures. Arg, mother, father, Duchess, this is it. A utopia is right in front of us. Princess Samantha shed tears as she entered the final phase of the process. Boom! A streak of red cut through the horizon, and her body was blasted backward, rolling like a ball as blood spilled out like a shaken wine bottle. Stupid bitch. Prince Robert spat blood on the ground and glared at Samantha, who jumped back to her feet. Do you know what you're doing? Fixing the mistake. Samantha yelled, a blue spear materializing in her hand. The moment the weapon appeared, an invisible pressure fell on Robert, restricting his speed by at least 20%. Robert drew his sword, and a yellow full-body armor enveloped his body, as if he were a knight from a medieval kingdom. It wasn't a mistake. It's the only reason we're alive. He kicked the ground and shot forward. Dust rose into the air, and shockwaves swept through the beautiful flowers in the area. Curiously, not a single flower was damaged, much less uprooted. The prince and princess quickly entered a vicious battle. Boom! 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 They didn't hold back at all, fighting at their full strength with the intent to kill their opponent. Fuck. Fuck you. You're with the terrorists, impressed and lifted her sword that was being pulled back and thrust her spear into the prince's abdomen. The spear collided with a full-body armor and a mouthful of blood was vomited from the prince's headgear. But the prince too felt a force attacking her abdomen, about 10% of her attack. A minor injury was formed. But I didn't care. Her eyes were burning with conviction. No one can stop me today. But a moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through my shoulder and velling his blood on my face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. His voice was filled with venom. But a moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through my shoulder and velling his blood on my face. But I not let that happen. But his sword pierced through her shoulder and velling blood on her face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. His voice was filled with venom. But a moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through my shoulder and velling his blood on my face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. The training wheels in the cave, his sword piercing through her shoulder and velling her blood on her face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. Her voice was filled with venom. But a moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through her shoulder and velling her blood on her face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. But a moment of yourself hesitated and thrust her spear into the prince's abdomen. The spear collided with a full-body armor and a mouthful of blood was vomited from the prince's headgear. But a moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through her shoulder and velling her blood on her face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. A moment of silence fell between us as the prince stepped back, his sword piercing through her shoulder and velling her blood on her face. Do you know how dangerous the vampire you faced? No, every day. But the prince too felt a force attacking her. I chanced the opportunity and didn't know what I was doing, but he had to attack. I would have looked at her rob. She put pretty funny with him, knowing they could fight. I fought back my time as success, but he was still raging a stupid plan. After a promising start, they developed an ugly sense of competition. He used his fists in a final display of fury, and I regretted the moment of weakness. I should have never planted that leaf. The final blow struck a vital nerve, but he was less than honest. He should have seen that coming. She smiled at my bastard of a soldier to be in harm's way. But after she managed to stay alive, she was most disturbed in the planned attack. He chanced the opportunity and didn't know what I was doing, but he had to attack. I would have looked at her rob. She put it pretty funny with him, knowing they could fight. I fought back my time as success, but he was still raging a stupid plan. After a promising start, they developed an ugly sense of competition. He used his fists in a final display of fury, and I regretted a moment of weakness. I should have never planted that leaf. The final blow a bit different when she smiled at my bastard of a soldier. But after she managed to stay alive, she was most disturbed in a planned attack. He chanced the opportunity and didn't know what he was doing, but he had to attack. I would have looked at her rob. She put it pretty funny with him, knowing they couldn't fight. I fought back my time as success, but he was still raging a stupid plan. After a promising start, they developed an ugly sense of competition. He chanced the opportunity and didn't know what I was doing, but he had to attack. I would have looked at her rob. She put it pretty funny with him, knowing they couldn't fight. I fought back my time as success, but he was still raging a stupid plan. After a promising start, they developed an ugly sense of competition. He used his fists in a final display of fury, and I regretted a moment of weakness. I should have never planted that leaf. The final blow struck a vital nerve, but he was less than honest. He should have seen that coming. She smiled at my bastard of a soldier to be in harm's way. But after she managed, but he attacked impulsively and exposed himself. Robert must have felt the need to stop Samantha from making that change, even if it meant his death. Or his goal, whatever it was, stood directly against Samantha's. Varian shook his head and signaled to the women. Boom! Boom! Bang! The fight was happening near the anvil, but the treasure remained unaffected by the dangerous aftermath. The princess continued to gather the divine auras and pour them into the ring. As long as her mission was fulfilled, she couldn't care less about anything else. It was then, bang! The sound of space splitting open rang. A purple pattern shone on Varian's heart, forming armor that enveloped his body. The silvery ring on his finger distorted spacetime, allowing him to reach Zila in an instant. The sword Requiem flared with red light, its tip aimed right for the princess's forehead. One strike, and the sword would fill her body with the power of death, weakening her soul and incapacitating her. Varian used all the artifacts at his disposal and moved at his full strength to end the battle as quickly as possible. But the one being ambushed, Princess Zila, smirked instead of panicking. I was waiting for you. A glowing silver shield appeared between the sword and her head. Clang! The world seemed to pause for a moment before a powerful explosion swept through the surroundings. The flowers swayed violently in the wind but remained undamaged. The glow of the shield lasted only a moment before it dimmed. Gotcha! Zila was about to jump back when two foreign forces acted on her simultaneously. Her soul shook briefly, and she lost control of her body. Despite this, her body, guided solely by instinct, continued to move. But the flow of time around her distorted, slowing her down. The aura around her soared, resisting the altered time flow. Yet, even in the face of such abundant aura, the foreign power still managed to slow her down. Requiem pierced through the metal, and its tip dug into the princess' forehead. Damn it! She had anticipated his attack, prepared for it, yet failed to stop it. His treasures, he's been hiding his power. The shield shattered, and Zila's face was revealed. With a sword sticking in her forehead and blood dripping down, she looked on the verge of defeat. A mistake. Ring, 4 earrings materialized on her ears and hummed. Varian's sense of sight, smell, touch, and sound all vanished. The world went dark, still, plain, and quiet. It was a terrifying state to be in. Thankfully, he had already fought against her once and braced himself for this. But there was more. Ring, with a hum, 1 more earring materialized. The desolate world remained, but simultaneously, in Varian's mind's eye, he began to see something else. He saw Zila to his left, smelled her scent from the right, heard footsteps from the front, and sensed the change in the flow of wind from behind. Zeala was more dangerous than he anticipated. Not only could she blind his senses, but she could also confuse his mind by creating false input. This was a very strong natal treasure. She might be able to win against most, if not all, geniuses in her sub-rank. Such a genius chose to hide herself. All for this day, huh? But even her genius proved useless in front of a man who made the word look like a joke. The power of spacetime rippled from him, and a live map of the surroundings etched into his soul perception. It was like a graph, with various lines representing the spacetime curvature. Fortune Anvil, due to its massive divine energy, distorted the curvature. Even if he tried, he couldn't ignore its glaring presence. But he also found the princess he was searching for. Her presence, as she is a peak rank 8, was also very noticeable. Zeala. The princess was now attacking Sarah, who had ambushed her when the princess tried to kill Varian. Now's the chance. Varian's aura soared, and his senses locked onto the ring floating nearby. Boom! He shot forward. At his full speed, Varian experienced the world differently. It was like lightning and thunder. He was too fast to hear anything. There was a complete silence in the landscape, as if someone had turned the volume off. The wind flowing over his skin seemed to burn at a temperature rivaling lava. The vast landscape in his vision narrowed to the region just in front. His outstretched hand grabbed the soul ring and invaded it with his soul power. A pure white light flooded the ring before a pushback was felt. Huh! Varian's eyes narrowed dangerously. The soul wasn't conscious yet, but it had begun to protect itself subconsciously. Saw. Like two waves colliding, the soul powers clashed against each other. Even though it was merely subconscious, the defender had far more power, allowing it to effortlessly block the intrusion. Moreover, the divine aura nearby was being drawn into the ring, a bit slower than before but continuously. With each absorption, the soul inside the ring grew a tad stronger. Fuck. A chill shot down Varian's spine as he realized where this was heading. Even without Zeala, there was no stopping the old bastard. Moreover, instead of confronting Varian now, he must have decided to fully focus on the opportunity and reach the peak of rank 9. Or maybe divine rank, he too has it. The touch of divinity, just like the seed Isadora used to fake her power. Considering the worst-case scenario, Varian evaluated his options. Escape was not possible. Once the formation's restraining fortune spirit kicked into action, the synthetic world would be sealed until the ceremony's completion. We should have escaped and risked facing the dukes. The chances of striking peace with those menacing pillars of the kingdom were low but not non-existent. With this guy, though? Kill. Vari, Haha, wah, it, soon. The hissing whispers of the aged voice, simmering with anger and resentment, traveled through the clashing soul powers and reached Varian. I, you, hell, death, Li, Fei. The soul wasn't even conscious, yet it was filled with vengeful ravings. Only the deepest convictions of a soul would be uttered in such a state, things that a being absolutely believed with its heart and soul. Most souls wouldn't even have such conviction. But this one, K-I-L-L. How about you shut up? The power of slivers seeped out of his fingertips. A black and white thread enveloped the ring, restricting the intake of divine aura. If it were typical aura, he should have been able to completely isolate the ring and keep it in a barren subspace. But this was divine aura, no matter how weak. Without the strength of a divine rancor, it's rather difficult to compete with divine aura. Still, with his intervention, Varian prolonged the time needed by the old soul by at least 3 times. Stop. Sarah's alarmed scream reached him just as Zeala's sword reached his skin. Varian slid to the side like he was skating, and the tip of the blade ran along his arm. The skin split open smoothly, revealing the flesh inside, which then opened up, showing the white arm bone. An attack that was barely avoided, yet the damage was tremendous. Coward. Zeala's 5 earrings hummed once again and, in a blink, deprived him of his physical senses. Relying on his space-time perception, Varian moved. Clang! Clang! Metal clashed against metal, and muscle struck muscle. Within just 3 strikes, Varian lost an arm and a pound of flesh on his back. This was while Zila remained under the effects of Sarah's and Enigma's powers. The battle wasn't going well. You won't be able to stop him. Give up and surrender your life, Zila said, her sword washed in Varian's hot blood, pointing at him. In the distance, Sarah slowly rose to her feet, pressing against the large wound on her abdomen to stem the bleeding. A pale Enigma looked at him with a weary gaze, blood dripping from her nose and lips from overexertion. As I thought, winning against a peak rank 8 is still hard, Varian muttered, lowering his head under their gaze. Noticing his distraction, Zila moved like a ray of light. Her sword aimed for his nape, ready to cut him in two. Even if it wouldn't immediately kill him, incapacitating him would be enough. I can draw out those 2 by holding him hostage. Zila's lips curled into a victorious smile, and her eyes brimmed with confidence. It was then that the black and white thread blocking the rings suddenly expanded, forming a cubical boundary enveloping the 2. What? A transcendent force acted in the space, altering the very laws that governed the region. Zila's surging aura was instantly cut to half. Admittedly, such manipulation was difficult even for a transcendent force. It managed to keep Zila suppressed for only a moment before the princess aura surged back. 60%. 70%. 80%. Shwa. Varian's sword lodged into her chest. Hyuk. The searing pain from the power of death invading her body caused the princess to convulse and whimper. Her aura had fully recovered by now, and she channeled it to throw off the intruding power and weapon. Even though she was hit with a significant injury, she'd be able to recover in a few minutes and continue her onslaught. That's why Varian went above and beyond. Even as her right hand reached his chest, he focused only on attacking. Bang! Kacha! Croc! With the sword still in her chest, her ribcage was hit with a flurry of merciless fists. Her bones snapped like twigs, and her organs exploded from the shockwaves that penetrated her body, despite her best attempts to block them. The few punches aimed at breaking her neck were blocked by her left hand, while her right hand, now in the shape of a claw, dug into his chest, cutting through his flesh. Varian's body shuddered for a moment, but he continued his attacks. Like a mad dog intent on killing its prey, he gave it his all. His ferocity scared the bloodied princess, and she pushed her hand further in. Lube-dub. Dab. She gripped his pulsing heart and tightened her hold. A hostile aura engulfed the heart and, in an instant, spread through every corner of his body via the bloodstream. A pain like lava flowing through his body filled his senses. Huh. Varian halted, his face dangerously pale, and looked down at her hand grabbing his heart. With a cheeky smile, he said, "Heart-touching." Heart-touching. Alarms went off in Zila's mind. She would have retreated if it were anyone else, but this bastard attacked her like a hound, even going as far as to injure himself to keep her engaged. So, she did something else. She crushed his heart and punched up. The fist blasted through his bones, rising right out of his shoulder. The sight was incredibly gory, with blood spurted out like water from a pipe and chunks of flesh rained down. The sweet smell of the flowers was tainted by the heavy iron of blood. Come on, keep attacking. Zila gripped his bloodied shoulder, her arm running through his chest, and yanked down hard. You weak loser. Like a paper cutout being torn, Varian's arm, right from the shoulder socket, was torn off. The princess's beautiful dress was now drenched in blood. Her pretty face, completely red, looked like a piece of eerie art. Varian staggered back, a surge of weakness taking over his body. Rather than his torn shoulder, it was the hostile aura seeped into his blood that pained him more. But he didn't have the luxury to pick and choose. Zila stepped on his broken arm, crushing it to pieces, and raised her sword at him. Even though he appeared weak and pitiful, she wasn't much better. The woman's body was riddled with injuries. Except for the region above her neck, which she guarded, there were bloodied fist marks everywhere else. Each of these injuries glowed with a menacing dark reddish hue. The power of death filled her body, weakening her every second. Her strength had fallen by at least a third. Unless she took a break, she wouldn't be reaching her peak anytime soon. Of course, they wouldn't let her. Barrier, merely covering her heart, he caught in her throat. Do you consider yourself invincible? Shoving down at her fingers, she laid all the stench in her. Of course, she considered. A true statement. Zila fit her cheek, bleeding steadily and violently. She didn't say anything. Stop, I'll get you. As good as X provoked her on the surface. You, what? A damnable touch, the snarl and the bite on her arm. Finally, she managed to fight hard. I'm bleeding now. Fighting to the death with such energy. What do you want? Her coughs and sobs, climbing to her feet. Her strength is unquestionable. You won't stand a chance, Butter. His move was impeccable. I didn't want to do anything. Barrier, merely covering her heart, he caught in her throat. Do you consider yourself invincible? Shoving down at her fingers, she laid all the stench in her. Of course, she considered. A true statement. Zila fit her cheek, bleeding steadily and violently. She didn't say anything. Stop, I'll get you. As good as X provoked her on the surface. You, what? A damped H, but the determined and successful bite on her arm. Finally, she managed to fight hard. I'm bleeding now. Fighting to a death with such energy. What do you want? Her barrier, merely covering her heart, he caught in her throat. Do you consider yourself invincible? Shoving down at her fingers, she laid all the stench in her. Of course, she considered. A true statement. Zila fit her cheek, bleeding steadily and violently. She didn't say anything. Stop, I'll get you. As good as X provoked her on the surface. You. What? A damped H, but a determined and successful bite on her arm. Finally, she managed to fight hard. I'm bleeding now. Fighting to a death with such energy. What do you want? Her barrier, merely covering her heart, he caught in her throat. Do you consider yourself invincible? Shoving down at her fingers, she laid all the stench in her. Of course, she considered. A true statement. Zila fit her cheek, bleeding steadily and violently. She didn't say I was lounging in the ragged draw and swallowed some pride. Can you die for me? Women, you want to hear a noise and just rant hesitate. What a hell, I'll use that spirit. Robert nodded, ever grateful. Scratch that. That boy needs a little help, and even my dream is lost. I didn't think anyone deserves this. I'm a strong one. I'm an angry one. We'll battle until you defeated, I swear. But the girl wanted you. I will destroy your last hope. Varian replied, towering and strong. This is going to persuade you. I will spare you. So was it. I'll spare your body. Good, my. We'll destroy you in this battle. I promise to keep a fight and tell you, it won't be again. I'm a fierce one. Varian paused and looked at Robert. Are you seriously thinking of giving up? Because this battle, I will show you. If you didn't win this battle, I beat you. I'll show you until the merciful. I will teach you to protect you. I'm a tough one. I'm the one still standing in a fury. I wish to destroy a world and then stand in a rage. I thought about sending you to hell and killing my dream. I want to leave nothing to this battle. I'm a frightened one, Robert nodded, eyes blazing with a deadly fire. That's battle, a defeated, I swear. But the girl wanted you. I will destroy your last hope. Varian replied, towering and strong. This is going to persuade you. I will spare you. So was it. I'll spare your body. Good, my. We'll destroy you in this fight. I promise to win a fight and tell you, it won't be again. I'm a fierce one. Robert nodded, eyes blazing with a deadly fire. That's no battle. I'm a frightened one, Robert nodded, eyes blazing with a deadly fire. That's a battle. Women, you want to hear a noise and just hesitate. What a hell, I'll use that spirit. Robert nodded, ever grateful. Scratch that. That boy needs a little help, and even my dream is lost. I didn't think anyone deserves this who will become the pillars of the kingdom. The race needs geniuses. The race needs a powerful subclass to guard it against all dangers. What the Polarians need is not less inequality but more. I have come prepared and I'll do the job. If you have any common sense, support me and help kill this lunatic. Samantha's eyes burned with fury. During their fight, Robert declared his reasons for coming here. First, to kill Varian for personal reasons. Second, to capture Enigma. Third, to change the distribution of anima, making it more extreme so that Polarians could produce more geniuses, improving the race's chances of achieving a divine ranker and more rank 9s. Of course, aside from the first goal, the others were set by Marshal St. Kong. No, support me. No. Me. The situation turned around in an instant. 1458, sorry, not sorry. Neither Samantha nor Robert dared to attack Varian first. The first mover would be declared the enemy and face the assault of 3 warriors. Samantha couldn't bear to give up her mission after coming so far. Marshal Saint might tolerate Robert failing all the missions, but he'd never tolerate Robert letting Samantha distort the kingdom he oversaw. Robert knew for certain that even if he killed everyone here, if he let the damage happen, Marshal Saint wouldn't leave him alive. Anything for the greater good. I'll kill this bastard later. But I can't let that bitch ruin everything. Putting aside their grudge with Varian, they prepared very rational arguments to persuade him. With an earnest expression, Samantha began. You've seen how badly the spiritless are treated, right? They're like livestock for the disgusting nobility to feast on. They can't even live with dignity. Parents selling their children. Varian just wasn't interested in the moral lecture. Sure, the situation of the Polarians was appalling. Any normal person would feel pity for the poor souls. But he wasn't here to save anyone. Soul-locking, ever dream. While pretending to listen, he started studying the formations acting on the fortune spirit. The formations aren't designed to restrain the spirit through brute strength. Application of rank 9 power would undermine Cradle's stability. The spirit must be in a dream it can't escape. But if it can be awakened. Varian's soul power stirred, calculating the steps he needed to wake the spirit from its induced slumber. People are all equal. There is no one superior or inferior. Any system that puts one above another is inherently evil and must be demolished. Now is the chance to make a difference. Stand on the right side of history. Good over evil. Samantha's passionate speech ended, and she gazed at Varian with an intense gaze. Her eyes were shining with a brilliant light, like lamps driving away darkness. If there was one irrefutable thing, it was that Samantha believed everything she said. Many were like grass, bending with the wind. They held no firm convictions of their own and could be persuaded, cajoled, or threatened into submission. But Samantha, even if she had just one finger left, would try to fulfill her mission with that one finger. She was like a tall tree that wouldn't yield to even the harshest winds. But that's why, unlike grass that would survive the tempests, she would be broken first. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Samantha, you never answered me. If everyone is equal, who will become the pillars? Robert, unable to control his surging rage, roared. Samantha's gaze wavered for a moment before she fiercely argued, everyone will become a pillar. Besides, we still have the existing generation. When the time comes, the hard workers of this generation will take up the mantle. It's a non-issue. Ridiculous. So you're saying talent isn't important to becoming a pillar? Of course it isn't. Everyone has a base talent. If they work hard, they have a chance of reaching the higher ranks. Then where are those who reached the higher ranks from normal talent? Only a handful of higher ranks I know have a normal talent. Are you saying people don't need to live properly? Do they have to be trampled? We are all created by All-Mother Ashira. She never differentiated between us. Why should we devalue a fellow Polarian? The debate grew more intense. Thankfully, both were educated. More importantly, they were civil. So, instead of using childish curses, they tried to present their positions as convincingly as possible. It's just that the man this debate was about was focused elsewhere. Oh. There is also a protection formation. Once you enter the dream, your soul gets attacked and slowly fuses into the fortune anvil. But to prevent any contestants from accidentally getting killed, there are features to not target anyone with a physical body. Oh boy, oh boy. Varian's gaze shifted to the floating ring in front of the anvil. Its aura continued to rise, slowly but steadily inching toward high rank 9. Moving from high rank 9 to peak rank 9 would take 3 times as long as moving from mid to high rank 9. That means I have some time. But the window of opportunity is small, before the spirit gets fully assimilated and loses its sense of self, and also before the old man wakes up. And it's time for common sense to prevail. Her ideas sound good. But that's all they are. They are suitable for books, not reality. There cannot be a world of equality, for the very existence of life is unequal. People aren't born equal, they don't live equally, and they don't die equally. But I'll concede that perhaps death is the least unequal of all. However, even the death of a king and a commoner are different. It is the nature of life itself, its inherent quality. If you remove that, then you're taking the soul out of a race. Robert concluded his speech with equal passion. He didn't notice it himself, but the prince detested a world like that as much due to personal reasons as due to his beliefs. Hailed as a genius since childhood, he could not fathom not being the center of attention, could not imagine a world where his natural talents would not flourish, and could not envision a life where he wouldn't lead an army to the border. The prince and princess, with completely opposite beliefs but equal passion, now turned to Varian with stern gazes. There was no pleading in their eyes, contrary to the beginning. As they spoke about their deeply held convictions, both decided that even if they had to fight against 3, they would do so and still try to win. No, they must win. I can understand their passions. Honestly, it's a tricky subject, Varian said, clicking his tongue. The two waited with eager gazes, their fists clenched and breaths held. As the emperor of the human race, Varian began with a solemn gaze. And as he did, he started sending some information to Enigma through the soul link. She had been deciphering the formations following his instructions, but his familiarity with many paths and the experience that came with wielding the slivers allowed him to decode far more than she could. I understand the issue is very serious. I have once fought for a world of peace from external enemies. You are fighting for peace from internal threats. Our problems, circumstances, and methods may be different, but we all want the good of our people in the end. Varian's words surprised the two. He was actually speaking sense. In Samantha's defense, the brother-in-law was arrogant, lustful, and headstrong. From Robert's perspective, this man was a cheater who hid his strength and humiliated him in front of everyone. So, the two were understandably surprised by the unexpected words of common yet important wisdom. I know you're not so bad. Pick the right side. I swear on my honor I'll treat you forever as my ally. I'll give up my life for you if harm were to fall on you. Samantha urged. I will. Robert struggled to let go of the grudge. After all, it's his only reason for sacrificing his future and cutting off his lifespan. But he figured he could say things, even if he didn't mean them. What's the harm? By the time Varian would realize, the deed would have been done. I promise to treat you as my ally and best friend. There will be no more grudges between brothers. Come to the right side. Let Polarians stand proud in the galactic arena. Let the geniuses of other kingdoms see the greatness of our civilization. Come, brother. This is the time for the right call. I trust your judgment. Robert gave up all shame and used every trick in the book. Looking at Varian's face, still somewhat conflicted, he went a step further. Oh, my best friend is a man who cherishes women at heart. What's wrong with that? It's only natural. So, how about this? I am solely focused on my divine path. I have no woman in my heart. But to satisfy my elders, I accepted a woman as my fiancée. If you accept the proposal, I shall bestow her upon you. Varian grabbed Enigma's hand. A black and white light struck the numerous formations. Like being sucked into a vacuum cleaner, the two were pulled in. What? The heck are you doing? Stop right now. Varian was quietly planning to slip away into the formations, but this bastard's atrocious words demanded a response. He paused at the last moment and flipped a middle finger. Sorry, not sorry, but I am not someone who becomes best friends or brothers with a pimp. 1,459 spectators. It was a sunny day. Young Varian had woken up early at dawn and ran to the ground without eating anything. Sia, who had woken him up, rubbed her drowsy eyes and fell back asleep for an hour. While this happened, a soul inside her, one all too familiar, moved restlessly. Hey! He can get injured. Move already. Last time, he almost got devoured by a mega cat. Sia, oh, Sia. In the soul's cape of the perfect hybrid, a pristine and cute white room existed. A younger Enigma, looking around 15 or 16, just a bit older than Sia and Varian, walked into the room. Her fists were clenched, and an impatient expression adorned her cute face. Unlike the outside, she was more expressive here. Dressed in a pure black dress that contrasted nicely with her white skin, she paced back and forth, fidgeting and biting her lips. Enigma? Did she grow younger? The view of the room grew closer, and the smell of lavender reached him. When he felt like he stepped into the room, his body, or rather, his soul, felt relaxed as if soaking in a hot spring. Wait, why the hell am I here? For a moment, there was a sense of confusion. Then, like a lag had been fixed, the memories in the back of his mind flooded back. Oh, right. Enigma. Wake up. Enigma. We're in the formation and need to find the fortune spirit. Varian, as a soul, waved his hand in front of Enigma, who was also a soul. But she seemed oblivious to his presence and continued to worry. Eventually, when she couldn't take it anymore, she closed her eyes, and a gentle power emanated from her, tugging at the link she shared with Sia. What? It's morning already? In the real world, Sia turned around in bed and grumbled with a tinge of resentment at the sun for coming up too early. But when she realized it was still 5 a.m., she wanted to punch someone. I want to sleep, woo, she hugged the pillow and rolled around in bed. Varian, why did you stop sleeping with me? What if we grew a bit older? You idiot. 11:56, she cursed softly and playfully, even with a drowsy mind. Varian enjoyed watching her. He missed those carefree days, train, sleep, repeat. This was a bit before he suffered from an inferiority complex as an unawakened. No, this was when he was still young and hopeful. Back then, he sensed that Sia was acting a bit clingy and tried to maintain some distance. It's not that he hated her, but as a good boy, he didn't want to give any wrong signals for things she might not have intended. I'll go check on him. Sia put on a hoodie and gym pants. But before reaching the door, Varian's clothes, which he had discarded before putting on training clothes, caught her eye. Sia's eyes grew brighter, like more oil was poured into the lamplight. Wait a minute. Varian tilted his head in confusion. He sensed something was off. Sia, don't do it, Enigma's soul in the white room, a bit away from him, stomped her foot. This is not the time. Ugh. No. You can sniff his clothes later. She is doing what? Varian's jaw dropped, and he too turned to the outside. With a suppressed chuckle, Sia brought his clothes and slowly slipped back into her room. The door shut with a bang. Unfortunately for them, since they were literally inside her, they could see everything. HNGGH your smell, why am I feeling so weird? It's all your fault. For the next 10 minutes, both outside her soul world and inside, only the lustful moans of a teen rang out. Varian slumped into a sofa that somehow existed in this white room. The young Enigma was there, right beside him, her hands covering her face, which somehow was blushing even in her soul state. But there were gaps between her fingers, and she was peeking through. And her gaze was not on Sia but on the shorts and shirt. Varian looked up at the ceiling and sighed in defeat. Was he wrong? Was he not the predator but the prey? The fact that I protected my innocence from these two must mean I was blessed by the stars. Hey! Sia! Get up already. Check on his training. The young Enigma regained her senses at some point and began yelling. Perhaps it had some effect. Sia frowned for a moment, maybe Enigma's efforts bore some fruit. She tapped her fingers before checking the clock. 5:30 a.m. I spent 30 minutes sniffing. Eek. She quickly placed the clothes back in their place and rushed out of the house. In the park not too far away, she found the young Varian, doing one-handed push-ups with a bunch of weight on his back. Phew, looks like he's okay this time. Sia sighed in relief before surveying the surroundings. A hyperdeer, known for its quick temper and formidable strength, lay frothing. Its legs were twitching even as it was conscious, and there were clear fist and shoe prints on its hide. TSK, he went at it again. Young Varian was not very kind to the beasts he used for training. At least he didn't kill them, because he couldn't afford to compensate. It's a bit illegal to attack animals in the park, but he defended himself eloquently. Even now, Varian could recall his defense, who didn't break a few rules when they were young and naive. Little bastard. Varian clicked his tongue in amusement. Varian. The young Enigma muttered with longing. Huh, what? Unaware that a Varian of the future was just next to her, she continued looking at the teen in the park with an intense gaze. As the young Sia gave her Varian an energy drink and a fruit, Enigma began to mutter with a bit of envy and a lot of affection. He doesn't like banana after Wednesday training. He'll prefer an orange. And it's just as she said. Due to the training he did on Wednesdays, he preferred an orange, not a banana that day. But that's something even young Varian himself did not notice, nor did Sia, who helped him every day. The day went on, as did Enigma's words. Whether in class at school, where Sia helped Varian after he fell asleep 3 weeks ago, or when an acquaintance asked him for help. Varian tried to refuse, but the guy was too pushy, so he accepted with a begrudging look. Sia asked if she should help, but the young Varian waved his hand and said he'd handle it. Sia, Varian slept in that lesson, stay with him. Or when they were in the playground, trying to find a third member for a team sport. Sia, Varian finds the pink-haired girl annoying. She reminds him of something bad. His palms even sweat when she talks to him. Keep her away. Even when they walked home side by side, and Sia stopped for a cool drink. Sia, Varian.w ants dessert.f ears training.st born. And after the evening training and freshening up, when they wished each other good night before falling onto their beds. Varian is feeling a bit odd today. He looks a bit sad. Hugging her knees, Enigma muttered with a sad face. Are you okay? There was a long silence in the white room before it dissolved as Enigma fell asleep. In a world of nothingness, Enigma floated like an angel. It was pitch dark, and even with his powers, Varian could only see his immediate surroundings. So this is the darkness she talked about. And Enigma spent centuries here, all alone until she woke up with Sia. Looking at her sleeping face, Varian couldn't feel anything but pity. He gently rubbed her hair and sighed. Enigma. It was hard to understand why she cared for him so much. He didn't even know she existed. Time quickly passed, and things continued as usual. One day, while Sia was still sleeping, the young Varian approached her and gently rubbed her hair. After ensuring she was really asleep, he said, "Thank you for being in my life. I don't know what I'd do without you. I will get to the top and become the emperor, but without you, it would be really lonely." He spoke words he wouldn't utter otherwise, but they were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. "Varian, me too," Enigma murmured in a quiet voice. "Thank you for being in my life. Watching you like this every day, trying so hard, it fills me with hope. Maybe one day, or maybe one for sure, I can wake up from this darkness and see the world." The usually indifferent and cold expression she had on the outside was nowhere to be seen. There was only a heartfelt smile on her beautiful face. "There are a lot of things I want to do. I want to try your favorite cake, train a bit with you, but not as much as you, I hate blood. Oh, and maybe a long walk in the park, just the two of us." It was the yearning of a young girl, filled with tender feelings. "Maybe if I try every day, just like you, if I don't give up, if I don't despair, maybe one day, I, too, can see the bright world." Tears were swirling in her eyes, but she clenched her fist and nodded with a resolute expression. Like a puppet whose strings were cut, Varian collapsed onto the sofa. He tried to stop, but the corners of his eyes turned red. Sadness crashed over his soul, wave after wave, crushing his heart into pieces. He tried to hug the young girl on the verge of tears, but his arms passed through her, offering no solace. Yes. He was living a normal life, training and living with Sia. But how were those years for Enigma? She could see the world but had no one to talk to. This white room was the only thing she could create to feel she wasn't lost. But she was. It's undeniable. Not only was she lost in this endless soul space, she was also locked in a prison she couldn't escape. It was a horrible life that would drive even the most hopeful to despair. Yet, here she was. But if that day never comes, and if I never get to see the outside, if I can never live a life beyond this prison, then that too is okay. There was a trace of serenity in her young voice. Enigma was born long ago, but mentally, she was just a year or two older than Sia. So, it was unexpected for her to speak with such maturity. "If my hopes are all vanquished, then as long as I can still see you, living your life, achieving your dreams, I can find peace in that. Your happiness will be my happiness. Your pain will be my pain. Your dreams will be my dreams." These weren't empty words. They came from the depths of her heart. If everything he saw and felt was induced and completely fabricated, if even his memories of Fortune Anvil and its trial were all false, even then, the words she uttered would still be the truth. The young Enigma wiped away her tears and cheered herself up. "That day will come soon. Once I'm out, I wonder how surprised you'll be. But maybe you'll be scared. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. How should I talk to you?" The young lady lowered her head and muttered. Her back appeared especially frail as she realized something sad. "I know everything about you, and you know nothing about me. Will you ever feel what I feel toward you?"